There is no fear as your life is fading away. You feel an unexpected comfort in the arms of the being that is taking it. You experience a surprising calm as it all disappears. Drop by drop, takes your fears, your worries, your dreams, and your joy. Then your consciousness vanishes, and all that's left is blackness. You open your eyes, and there's a lingering feeling that something is missing. But something else immediately overrides it. It's an electric purr that stirs your senses awake. Coming back from the death is slow. You feel sluggish as you become aware of the room you are in, the company you share. Above and around you are slow swinging hunks of meat, like bodies of that deathly migration. Beside you are others, also escaping death's shore. As you begin to sit up, you feel it for the first time. Hunger. And you know somehow, as you experience that terrible pain, you are no longer human. Good evening and welcome to the stream. Say hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
What an
everybody.
intro.
Yeah.
Tonight, and for the next few weeks, we will be diving into the world of darkness and exploring Vampire the Masquerade's starter set, The New Blood. As a warning, Vampire contains graphic descriptions of death, physical violence, including use of guns, claws, biting, stalking, gore, blood drinking, as well as drug and alcohol use. Vampires are predators, heirs of an ageless condition and driven by supernatural forces they struggle to control. One overwhelming fact defines their existence. To survive, they require blood. In most cases, taking blood involves hurting somebody, maybe even killing them. No matter how virtuous a vampire might be on the evening of their embrace, they quickly understand their long-term survival requires constant compromise between ethics and practicality. Vampire the Masquerade explores those moral compromises. How far will a character go for survival? For success? The deceit and violence a vampire is willing to engage in? The people they're willing to hurt and betray? And that's where we find the true horror. It's about sacrificing one's humanity bit by bit until nothing remains but a monster. Thus, viewers should prepare themselves to watch us explore themes of violence, desperation, and maybe even exploitation. If any viewer finds the story going in an uncomfortable direction for them, they should stop, navigate away, and find something else to occupy their time. Viewer discretion is advised. So before we find out more about our players, we'd like to thank Molten Hosting for the ease at which we can check out a ton of new game content in bite-sized chunks. If you want to check out some of the games we've been taking a look at, but don't want to worry about forwarding your ports and all the other hassles that come with self-hosting, then check out moltenhosting.com for your own Foundry turnkey solution. Be sure to use the code RECALLKNOWLEDGE at checkout, where new subscribers can get their first month free. Now that doesn't suck, does it? Speaking of, let's jump back into our game as our players start to rouse for the night. And as they take in their surroundings and the others nearby, let's start by having them describe their characters, themselves, and anything else they might want to let you guys know, starting with Nina.
Hi, my name is Alex. I used to work for a bank. I'm pretty ambitious. There's nothing really that can get in my way. But I don't know what's happening to me right now. Seems very exciting though.
Thanks, Nina. Steve.
Howdy, I'm playing Blake. I'm just a good old country boy coming out from the Midwest to find my way in Los Angeles. And you might have read a few of my articles. I don't know. I used to be something of a big shot. And now I find myself in an interesting predicament. But it's only temporary. I'm sure I'll be back on top soon enough. and you'll see Blake. He walks around wearing various coats to try to look upscale, but he's always got the t-shirts, the sports jerseys. He's a very casual sort of dude on the inside, with a shine of trying to be a little more than he really is on the outside. And the artwork you see of me over there on the right hand side, and that's really cool, Rick, the way that you have the artwork popping up like that. It's a pretty good indication of what I look like.
Thanks, Steve. Mike, you're up next.
All right. I am playing Marsh. I'm a former cage fighting champion in a minor promotion who retired after getting older and hurt. I moved to LA in hopes of becoming some celebrity or maybe even an influencer's bodyguard. I'm about 6'1", 200 pounds. I'm very muscular with short hair. Basically, my clothes are torn and tethered, kind of like really old stuff. And I have a hockey mask.
Thanks, Mike. Finally, Richard.
Hi, I'm playing Sam. You see a kind of lithe figure dressed in a little bit too tight, probably black jeans, maybe. It's hard to tell, they're so dark.
And they're tight, buddy.
Yeah, a dark grayish silver shirt with a very tight leather trench coat that is buttoned up, long black hair with silver almost ombre, and then one silver streak as well. And Sam sits up and is immediately taking in his surroundings, curious, probably get used to that from his tours in Iraq.
Thanks, Richard. Let's jump back into our story. The camera fades in, and we see a group of 4 people lying still on the cold floor of a quiet room. As you start making out shapes around you, you feel your first hunger. It's different from any hunger you've ever felt. Like a person starving to death who suddenly smells food. You sense the blood, and you know it'll ease this terrible, hollow pain inside you. Thinking to yourselves, how will you deal with your first hunger? You smell blood and recognize it as exactly that. The aroma reaches out to you, sweet and tempting. Your eyes fall upon meat hooks that decorate the room, searching for the choice meal you are craving. There are whole animal carcasses hanging from hooks, pork, cattle, and yet your gaze locks onto a piece hung in the middle of the room. A brunette mop of hair dangles upside down, together with the stark realization of what your body craves. The corpse of a man wearing blue jeans and a t-shirt. You understand there's more to this room, but right now, the only thing you can focus is on him. Hunger is an ever-present and persistent feature of Kindred and Vampire the Masquerade. Every night upon waking from their day sleep, vampires must rouse their blood. Each of you have 2 hunger now that will be represented by red dice rolled in your dice pool. Hunger dice are visible representations of your character's hunger, and they'll be rolled automatically as part of your contests. As everybody wakes up, why don't everybody go ahead and make a rouse check? It should be on the front page of your character sheet that says rouse with a roll button underneath it.
I got a success.
Did anybody get a failure?
Success for Blake.
Like success for everybody, but I
Can
got
you explain
0.
to me what a success means?
So on rousing the blood, it's 1 dice, and you roll that dice whenever you wake up to force the blood through your body. You wake up and you make a rouse check. If you succeed, which is a face of an ankh on the dice, okay, you succeed. If you fail, represented by a blank face, your hunger goes up by 1.
Okay, so my dice all say blank. My dice are blank, but it says success. Oh, success 0. It doesn't say failure, it just says success 0.
Yeah, so on your character sheet,
Yep.
Marsh,
Okay.
where it says hunger,
Yep.
you should have 3 hunger now.
Yes.
All right. As your hunger grows throughout the night through either rouse checks, contests, etc., the more irritable you become and the more hungry for blood you'll become.
Okay.
It will almost occupy your very focus as you get closer to 5.
Rick, quick question. Sorry, does the X count as 1 hunger already?
Now, if you click it, it'll actually clear all the red dice because I just did that by
Okay.
accident. I thought the same thing. I'm like, wait, what? I got this? And it's like, oh, shit.
Good to know.
Got it. So rouse checks must be made anytime there is a risk of gaining additional hunger. This includes Blush of Life, Blood Surge, or using disciplines, and these concepts will be discussed a bit later. Whenever these checks are made, the result determines whether hunger increases, but the intended effect will occur regardless of the result. In other words, you still accomplish your goal, but only at the risk of growing hungrier. To Kindred, hunger is a psychological experience as much as a physical one. A hungry vampire doesn't feel their stomach knotting. Rather, they become irritable, prone to violence, and more intent on sating their hunger. Those of you with 2 hunger, first you were drowsy from waking, but now the smell of blood has snapped you into focus. You feel your first hunger significantly. Maybe just a small sip from a dead body would ease this newfound desire. Maybe the animals could give you enough sustenance to carry on. You can resist if you choose to do so. Maybe it's the shame of defiling the dead, how the others in the room might see you, or the dread of drinking blood that holds you back. Or maybe you just surrender to your hunger. Marsh, your hunger is coloring all your thoughts, tainting everything you see, hear, and smell. You're beckoned by the fresh body offered to you. Its blood smells stale, but there's also a sweetness in it. You want to drink. What will the others think of you? Does that really matter? You wonder what you're becoming. You may have to think about that later. Right now, feeding is what you want to do the most. You guys come awake in this room. You notice the others next to you. What would you want to do?
Sam,
Alex?
what are you doing here?
I was gonna ask you the same thing. I'm not quite sure. It's been what?
I don't-
5 years?
Oh, yeah, drink that my cousin's quinceañera.
Maria's
Right?
quinceañera, yep.
Yeah. Last I heard you were deployed. What?
I was. Last I heard you were going to get your master's.
I got it. But and I can't say I'm pretty happy to see you here, bud. Considering
Considering we don't know what the hell this is, yes.
Mhm.
But familiar face is never bad.
That's true.
I know you two as well. But
Your eyes adjust to the darkness and poor lighting. Shapes of animal carcasses decorate your surroundings. The stench in the room is difficult to take for most of you. For Blake, in particular, this is positively unbearable. Your whole body reacts negatively to the stench. You want to throw up, but your stomach is empty. You feel like you need to get out of this place as soon as possible. However, you quickly realize that you can hold your breath without consequence. For a moment, you take in that breathing, something you took for granted and was so natural for all your life. Is now something you can choose to do, or, in this case, choose not to do, and in doing so, avoid the worst of the stench. The chains clank under the weight of the hanging meat, and you see the still air clinging to the flesh. The visible fog partially manages to obscure the vision under the cold, hospital-like lighting, causing you to navigate the room carefully to avoid bumping into any of the adorned meat hooks. As you walk, you realize there are streaks of dried blood on the floor, small piles of rotten meat, which you can identify as maybe animal, maybe human. There are also several hospital-like blood bags laying about. They smell of blood, but they are definitely empty. As you reach the walls, you realize they're made of steel, partially covered in patches of frost. However, your skin doesn't stick to the walls if you try to touch them. Your body is no longer warm. There is one door at the end of the room. As you look around the room, Steve, or Blake in this case,
Blake,
what are you thinking? What is on your mind?
I'm at this point, I'm a little nervous to say anything. I mean, you might have all noticed that I keep side-eyeing Marsh. And it's almost like I start, like I want to like say something, and then I stop, and I just kind of am torn between talking and just taking in the moment. But as I see like all this meat, the stench overwhelming me, like enough to almost make me a little lightheaded, I begin to feel revulsion, I think, at this point, and starting to feel the hunger inside of me and realize likely what a lot of this meat is and what the point of this place is. I'm kind of in my head toying with the idea of this can't be real, right? This is just a dream. I'll wake up soon enough. I mean, that guy over there is a celebrity. If he's a celebrity, this is just the weirdest dream I've ever been in. And you kind of see me going through the motions of this, but internally I'm just waiting to wake up at any moment.
Marsh, you pick yourself up off this cold floor, your joints creaking and aching where the broken bones have mended over time and your scars pull tight against the rest of your skin. You make your way to your feet. What's going through Marsh's mind?
Well, Marsh is feeling that hunger that is like really just at this point really starting to overpower him. He does see Blake out of the corner of his eye, and he recognizes him. The same thing, he wants to ask him a question, but the hunger is just overpowering me. And kind of the same thing. Is this a dream? What's going on? Where are we? What's happening? I have no idea. So, and why is blood smelling so good? Like, what's going on? Why do I want to eat? Why do I want to go get that blood? And why the human over that nice steak sitting there? That's what's going through Marsh's mind right now.
Is there anything Marsh wants to do about his hunger?
He does. At this point, it's just driving him to go over to that brunette and get some blood. Doesn't know why, and he's worried what everybody's going to think. But at this point, I think he doesn't really care. It's kind of just taken over him.
And as you walk over to this brunette hanging upside down, you instinctively reach out and grab his wrist and bring it to your mouth and try to take in sustenance, and it just doesn't seem to sate your hunger. And you realize that taking blood from a dead body is probably something that you're just not going to receive any relief from this hunger.
Damn it. That's not good.
I'm watching curiously from the corner and just like thinking, what the hell is this dream? Just took a weird turn.
And as you look around the room, let us start using some actions. So everybody, let's roll the investigation action. On your character sheet, just click on investigation, and investigation action will be intelligence plus investigation, and the difficulty will be 3.
You were saying the pop-up automatically defaults to strength, but it shouldn't. We shouldn't pick
It will.
strength?
It will. You should not pick strength. You should pick intelligence.
So I got a success. 6 successes.
I failed.
Yep, I got 3 successes.
All right.
You said it was 2 difficulty or 3?
3.
Oh, I don't think I put the difficulty in there.
You got 3 though, so you're good.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And Blake also got 3 successes.
3 successes for Blake.
We call margin the margin at which you succeed. So since the difficulty was 3, Sam, you have 6 successes, which gives you a 3 margin.
Oh.
Everybody else, with the exception of Alex, succeed. So here's what you find as you walk around this room. Whether it's your training in the Middle East or being deployed, there are barely hidden cameras on the ceilings of this room.
That's what I was going to look forward to.
You get closer and they're clearly functioning. Due to your margin, considering the body you found earlier, this might indicate that the purpose of all this is to watch and test each of you. You move around the room, and the inside handle of the freezer door has been deliberately removed, Alex. Blake, not all the hooks in this room are occupied, and there's some blank hooks, and it looks pretty easy to be able to dismantle some of this stuff, but there's blood on it, and your personality probably likes blood now. Your former personality probably doesn't like to get dirty. Now that you've investigated the room, how does the party, or what we call in Vampire the Masquerade, how does the coterie plan to escape this room?
The coterie.
Just going to.
Yeah, Sam.
Whatever this is, we're being watched.
You are?
There's cameras all over this room. If there's cameras, I'm assuming there's microphones as well.
Nah, I think I've done this before. This is one of them, what do they call, what do you LA folk call this? Escape rooms.
Yeah. Wait, hang on a second. Aren't you Blake from TV?
Oh, I mean, do you know me?
Yeah.
I haven't been on TV in years.
Years? Well, I remember heading to work, you'd always pop up on my screen before the finance portion of the news would come on. Oh, why are we all here?
Yeah, I mean, I would be so pissed at you when you'd announce the Lakers losing.
This is one hell of a freaking escape room because it feels fucking strange, like a Saw escape room.
If this is an escape room, do you all remember how you got here?
No, but that's typical with dreams, right? You don't remember how you got into that situation, and if you think about it, that's what helps you wake up.
I'm gonna walk over to him and pinch him.
Ah. Oh, do I feel anything? I mean, do vampires feel pain?
Yep.
Did you feel that?
Yeah. What was
wake
that
up?
for? No. I guess
Still
not.
think this is a dream?
I sure hope it is.
Sooner you realize that it's not, the better for all of us. We need to get our heads in the game.
Yeah,
Something is
all right.
going on.
So, in escape rooms, usually, if we work together, we get out quicker. So, Sam and I know each other. We know you're Blake. I'm Alex, by the way. This is Sam. And
Alex,
you
Sam,
are...
nice to meet you.
I'm Marsh.
That's
Nice to meet you,
Marsh.
Alex.
Nice to meet you, too.
Remember me, Blake?
Well, yeah, of course, but you remember me?
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a brief meeting, but yeah, I remember you. Came back from my interview, and like somebody else was doing my interview. You were gone.
Well, yeah, I remember. I mean, I haven't seen you since that interview, right? Like, since you got, you know, how's the injury doing?
Came back from my second interview, and some other guy was there. So
Yeah, I got transferred shortly after that.
Beautiful LA. Yeah, it was
Oh, I
surprising.
mean-
When I moved to LA and turned on the TV and there you were, I was like, holy shit, there's Blake.
To think you, Marsh, and Alex here, you all both know me. That's
Yeah.
wow.
Well, I mean, when you're on TV, most people will.
All
Yeah,
right,
but-
this is all fun and all great that we're all catching up, but
Right,
we
yeah.
do have to get out
Time
here.
limit, right? Usually
Yeah,
like a 60-minute
escape
timer.
room.
Sam,
Yeah.
do you see the
Okay.
timer? Who's the tallest? Because that meat hook right there, that meat hook right there, without anything on it. I think if one of y'all could reach up and maybe disconnect it, we might be able to use it for something. That's usually how these things go.
I just have one question before we get going. Is everybody else smelling the blood like just is like super sweet and you want it? Or is it just me? That's the only question I have. Like I don't know what the hell's going on, but I smell the blood, it's sweet. And the human one is like more
We all saw you go and take a bite of the body.
yeah,
That's true.
I couldn't help it. Like, so are you guys smelling it too, or is it just me?
No, it's not just you.
Not just you.
The
was it good,
rot
though?
Man.
is almost unbearable.
Okay, that makes me feel so much better, man. I thought I was actually losing it.
When you were biting that wrist, did he have like a key in his pocket or something like that?
Yeah, I didn't even look. I just wanted to get some blood. But I will tell you that the blood on the dead body didn't do anything. Didn't quench my thirst for this blood.
The fuck does that mean?
I don't know. I just know it wasn't good. Like I was expecting that feeling to go away, and it didn't. So let's get the hell out of here. You got any ideas, Sam?
I
Sam's
noticeably put some distance between me and Marsh.
thinking about that, Sam. I walk over to the body.
Mhm.
Is there still like any blood trickling from where Marsh bit into the? Or am I able to squeeze the arm and get like some blood out?
I would say yes.
Just gonna get enough to squeeze out. Take a bit. Smell it.
It smells stale.
It tastes a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little stale, but there's a sweetness to it, and you get the sense that if you took this from a live person, maybe even from a blood bag, that it would taste pretty good to you.
I'm gonna then go over to one of the carcasses and try to take a little chunk.
Yep.
And smell it. How does it smell?
It's also stale, but you think if you took blood from a live animal, you could get by. Not sure how you feel about doing that, though. How do you feel about doing something like that?
At this point, I think Sam's kind of not in thinking about morality, right? It's his training kind of switched on, and it's like, okay, assess the situation, find means of survival, whatever has to be done, right?
Mhm.
So I'm just kind of assessing the situation, of doing kind of little experiments, I guess, to satiate my hunger, because I'm also extremely curious on what the hell is going on.
Alex, what are you doing at this moment?
I'm just looking for other ways out. I don't know if I also noticed that there wasn't a door handle on the door because I failed my turn.
I mean, at this point, I think maybe I'll just motion you in that direction, Alex, right? Like no door handle and meat hook. I think they go together, and I'm trying to disassemble like a meat hook right now to use as a doorknob.
That sounds great, Blake. I will follow you.
Easy enough to do as you reach up. The mechanism is set so it can be easily removed and cleaned of whatever filth might sit upon this. You take down the meat hook and make your way over to the door. There's a clear opening where the handle used to be. What would you like to do?
Can I peek out of that door handle real quick?
It's a industrial type door handle. It's not a blank hole. There's a mechanism there, so you can't get a good view. But you do hear voices sound like they're moving away from the door.
I'll just straighten myself up really quick and get close to the door and just start knocking. Hello?
Mhm.
Anyone there?
Are you asking for a clue already?
Hello? Blake? When Sam pinched you, it hurt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this isn't a dream. This isn't
No,
it's
it's an
real.
escape room.
Nope, it's not. Hello? This is Alex Padilla. I don't know my last name. This is Alex Padilla. Is anyone there? We are stuck.
And apparently TV famous Blake.
Yeah, Blake is here. Marsh is here.
Maybe they're doing a prank
Do you hear
thing or
people,
something.
Alex?
Yeah, they were walking away from us though.
But as they're not answering, I'm just gonna kind of kneel down in front of Alex and try to use the meat hook. And is there like a hole I can try to thread the meat hook through and see if I can catch something on the other side?
Why don't you go ahead and make the lockpick action?
Oh, that's an action.
That's going to be dexterity plus larceny,
Larceny.
difficulty 2.
So larceny and dexterity.
So click on larceny.
You said
The
2?
dialogue will pop up. Yep.
Yep. Change it to dexterity.
Mhm.
Difficulty 2. No. Yep. Okay. It's
One
a
success.
failure.
It's a fail.
This is not.
Alex, you're watching him, and he's probably really good at speaking and giving interviews and talking in front of the green screen and the camera, but this is probably something that's well beyond his capability. At least
Hmm.
this door. It's the doors, guys.
Oh, doors.
Give me that, Blake. Let me try this.
I'll step back and leave the hook in the handle,
Yeah.
and back away, and then Sam, are you still casing the place for clues?
I would probably be checking the dead body actually's pockets and stuff, because as stupid as the idea of looking for a key in an escape room was, it was not actually a bad idea to check the body.
Of course.
So we'll go with Sam. As you check the body, and with your 6 successes on your investigation, it'll roll over to this check, and there's no money on the guy. There's no identification. There's nothing in his pockets. There's no clear tattoos, nor is there obvious ways that he might have died.
Okay. That covers all the questions I was going to ask, so.
Marsh.
Hey, Marsh, you seem like a strong guy. Blake, unfortunately, wasn't able to do this.
I've done a few locks in my day, but I don't know. I'll give it a shot at least.
Go ahead and make a lockpick action.
So larceny.
Dexterity plus larceny. So click larceny,
Can't do
and then
it.
use the
Do
drop
a
down.
strength. Okay.
Well, how do you want to?
So-
How do you want to pick this lock?
yeah, no,
Are
I'm
you
not
just
going to use my strength. I'm going to try to do the dexterity to finesse it.
Okay.
My guy would maybe just try to brute strength it though, so not sure.
You tell me.
Yeah, I think I would just try to. My guy would probably get in there and just try to just get it and just muscle that lock.
Okay, give me a lockpick using strength plus larceny.
A lot of stuff.
Okay, so I pick
Difficulty 2.
Okay, so
You
I
click
pick
on
larceny.
Larceny, and then when it
Yep.
pops up, you can leave it on strength.
Oh
Punch
yeah,
in difficulty
oh,
2.
the one I couldn't find strength. Difficulty 2. Okay, roll. Come on. Yeah.
Jiminy Christmas.
You see Marsh kind of, let me see that. He moves in, and you have the meat hook kind of in their pride, and it's leaning against a piece of the mechanism. He just leans into it, and you hear a grind of metal, and then he pulls up, and the whole door rattles and shakes, and you see the hinges as the dust and paint fall from them, and he pulls, and the door obviously is meant to go the other direction. He pulls it in, and beyond you see what looks like a kitchen. So one thing that I forgot to cover was Blake, excuse me, when you rolled your check, you could have re-rolled up to 3 dice using willpower.
Okay.
All characters have a trait called willpower, and this determines their force of will and mental resources. The player has the option to check one of the willpower checkboxes and then re-roll up to 3 regular dice to improve his test. This can be done once per roll until you're out of willpower.
Got it.
Additionally, characters have the ability called the Blood Surge. Kindred's blood, referred to as Vitae, has innate powers. One of the abilities it gives is known as a Blood Surge. This ability allows the player to add 1 die to any test, increasing the chances of success. If you want to use the Blood Surge, you make a rouse check to see if you gain any hunger.
Mm.
Regardless of the result, you get 1 additional die for any test, including all action tests. This can be done once per roll. Both Blood Surge and Willpower may be used for the same roll. But seeing as how you had 1 success against 2 failures and you only rolled a total of 2 dice, and
Right.
well,
I was in over my
Marsh
head.
over here is, you know,
Yeah. So what is willpower hurt you later on, or you just won't be able to re-roll like down the
it
line?
is your mental fortitude.
Okay.
So in, let's call a social conflict, your health pool is your willpower.
Okay.
So if you run out of willpower in, let's say, an argument with another SPC or storyteller player character, the narrative would move to something like you walk away in shame as you hang your head and everybody laughs at you as you leave the room.
Gotcha.
Shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shame.
So I'll nudge Sam as we're like looking at the body and be like, hey, I think they got it.
I'm immediately gonna pull Alex away from the door frame so she's not at the opening, and like pull us to the side, right? So we're not right in the full view of the door as it opens.
Understand? As you look out from the frozen holding cell, you find a kitchen that is bright, reasonably clean, and it features the type of equipment you'd expect in a high-end restaurant. You think that's where you are. Contracts with the meat locker you just exited may give you pause. As your eyes look for an exit, you find 2. There's a set of doors that no doubt leads to the main area of the restaurant, and a side door with a green emergency exit sign.
Before we move forward, I just have a question. What was the last thing you guys remembered? I was at a hotel, and I got a call, and then the next thing I knew, I'm here. So there's a part of me that thinks that maybe we're still in that hotel, unless, you know.
I was definitely not at a hotel. I was at a little old bookstore. Not very well known.
I was walking down an alley. I did feel this really strong, like, I don't know, like a strong hand. That's the last thing I remember. Like, just, it was strong, like right on my neck. And that's it. That's all I remember. And then woke up here.
You were forced here. Sam, you were forced here too? Like, someone hit you?
I don't remember. Do I remember?
Remember?
And how about you, Blake?
I remember an art gallery. Well, it was supposed to be an art gallery. I'd been there many, many times. I was supposed to interview the owner, and come to think of it, I don't even think I caught his name. I remember, and you see him like kind of, I'm just like almost like subconsciously like rubbing my neck a little bit. There was so much blood. And I think the police were involved. It's a little hazy at the moment.
I mean, if we were all taken hostage and the police were involved, then maybe they're looking for us. But since I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, um, yeah, I think maybe we might be in the hotel. Not sure. But yeah, there's an exit sign. There's 2 doors.
Can I take like a strong whiff, right? I've been trying to hold my breath as long as I can, other than the breath I need to take to talk. But there's no one in this kitchen, right? There's no chefs or anything?
Nope. In fact, it looks like it's based on some moldy or old food, though it's high end. It looks like it's been sitting for a while. You look around, and it's an open kitchen like you've seen at these high end restaurants. And in fact, Blake, I think you know this place. You've dined here several times. It's a high end restaurant called The Enchanted that closed for some unknown reason out of the blue like 3 or 4 months ago.
Fun fact, I believe this place was closed for health code violations. Something about improper storage of meat. I don't know.
Well,
But
I can believe
Yeah,
that.
well, there's definitely humans hanging in. That would be unsafe meat.
Are we still being watched here?
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna look around for more cameras and then any knives.
There are definitely knives in this kitchen, some really fine Japanese knives that you can take with you if you want to grab one. There's rolling pins, etc. You look around and there doesn't appear to be any cameras here in the kitchen.
I don't think we're being watched.
I have a question. With the people that were walking out of the meat locker earlier, I forgot to ask, like, did they smell fresh?
Couldn't really tell amongst the
Everything else?
rotting carcasses and whatever else these hunks of meat or flesh were laying on the floor of the walk-in freezer.
if this place has been pretty undisturbed for a while, can we look for any sort of footprints or disturbances on the ground and see if there's any sign that maybe somebody really was here?
Go ahead and make me an investigation check. Difficulty 2.
That's intelligence.
Intelligence plus investigation.
Investigation. Okay, that's gonna be 4 successes.
You see some footprints in the tile, but it's several footprints coming and going. In fact, you look out and you see a flashlight moving back and forth in the main room of the restaurant. Seems to be a guard maybe patrolling, possibly alerted by the noise that Marsh made when he pulled the door off the hinges.
Oh, guys, there's that might be the gamekeeper out there. Do you see any 3-digit combination locks?
No, but there are plenty of knives. I suggest you all grab one.
Yeah, Marsh picks one up, puts it in his jacket.
Marsh, how's your hunger? Like, are you hungry right now?
I'm very
Do
hungry.
you smell something fresh?
Do I smell anything fresh?
Not so
The
much.
lights of the guard? Okay.
No, not really.
He's a little far away. Blake, you know this restaurant is pretty large and used to get really packed on the weekends. You'd have a reservation. Well, you could usually walk in and find a place, as you'd typically go there alone or at least meet with somebody for an interview on the patio.
You guys want to investigate this place, or should we just get the hell out of here? Or is that part of the test to see if we bail out of here or finish this escape room?
Smart choice would just be to leave, but
Would it? I mean, let's entertain your thought for one moment, right? Like, if this ain't a room, if this is an actual life or death situation, for real, wouldn't you like to know who's behind it? And I'm like side-eyeing towards the room.
that was my second thought, is the smart move would be to leave. But, well, let's just say I'm glad I'm not a cat. Curiosity killed. Never mind.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Sam, you're fine.
But I'm just saying, if the cops are involved, then, well, Marsh, your bite mark is going to be on that body.
Oh shit! Didn't even think about that. Fuck.
But I want answers as much as you
I want
guys.
answers. Like, why am I feeling like this? Why do I want blood? I don't get it. So yeah, as much as I want to get out of here, I now have to get answers. So let's go get some answers.
Where's the light coming from again, Blake?
The dining room.
Dining room?
Getting a little closer.
Dining room, everyone?
Go ahead.
All right.
I mean, what's the game plan here? I mean, should we just jump out and knock him over the head with a rolling pin, or?
I always thought that it's kind of better to. I mean, if we want to find out answers, we can always have a conversation. I mean, I don't see the point in getting knives if you can just talk to them.
All right. Well, and if
We
they
were
don't,
forced here.
yeah, if they don't want to
Rather
talk, then I found a good beating helps to get them to talk. So
I don't feel that I was forced here. So, I mean, if we are put in a situation where we have to converse with someone, I volunteer as tribute while you all hide your knives. And if things go awry, then you can go ahead and do your thing.
That's not a bad plan. I don't have a knife myself. Maybe we can go smooth talk them, and if something goes wrong, the muscle is just on the other side of the door.
Yeah, Blake, use your charms. You are on television.
All right, you guys. And if this is an escape room, if this is all just a game, you can't just murder someone, okay? Like, is that knife even sharp? They wouldn't put an actual sharp knife in an escape room.
They put a dead body in an escape room, Blake.
If it is real.
I've seen enough dead bodies. It was real.
All right, let's go, Blake.
Yeah. I'll. Is it a double swinging door that swings like in and out into the kitchen?
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
You have to coming through as you.
Yeah. So
Before
I'll like
I
hold
walk out, though, like I'll look over my shoulder and back to, like, Sam real quick to see, like, after what he said, just making sure that he's okay and not like zoning out.
You see my eyes are just constantly scanning. Both the door, the exit, and where we came from.
I grab Blake by the shoulder and then
I'll give the hand like a one-handed push on the door and then let you go through first. Ladies,
You make
first.
your way into the room of this restaurant. You see the guard armed with a flashlight and a nightstick, wearing an ordinary uniform. Baggy jacket seems to fit them poorly. The look on their face suggests that they would probably like to be anywhere else but here. As you come through the door, they turn and shine the flashlight in your direction. From the illumination of the open kitchen, both Blake and Alex, this guard is vaguely familiar. You met them a few years back. You used to go to the same parties, but they never seemed to belong there. They were selling drugs to rich partiers. You wonder what happened to them when they stopped going to these high-end parties you would go to. You glimpse a look of recognition in their eyes. As Alex suggested, maybe they'd rather sort this out by talking rather than fighting. He squints. Blake? Is that you?
Yeah. Can you put the light down a little bit?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And he puts it in his little circular light holder and puts his nightstick away, and he probably wears a medium maybe, and he's got an extra large jacket that has security written across it. The paint used to silkscreen it is peeling and falling away.
Parker, is that you?
Yeah. I know you too, don't I? As he looks towards you, Alex.
Oh, it's been a while. What happened to you? I know a couple people who've been trying to look for you.
His eyes get a little wide. Well, I went to prison for a little while.
Oh, no shit. Really?
Yeah,
Really?
somebody from one of your friends turned me in, but that's not really your fault. He's looking around nervously.
Can I ask what the hell you're doing here? In this closed down
well,
restaurant?
I just got this job. I'm not sure if it's something I like, though. This place is pretty creepy. I didn't even get any training for any of this. I mean, given my past, it's not really easy to land other jobs, you know?
Wait, so how did you get this job?
I was at the jobs fair, and there were some people, dressed in some tactical gear. They wanted to hire some freelancers. I thought it was more like they were going to train me to go in the army or something, but no, it was just, we own a bunch of property and we'd like you to just guard it.
Oh,
It's
did you just start your
abandoned.
shift? Oh. Did you just start your shift or you've been here a while?
We just started. I mean, the guys left, dropped me off probably like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, did they say anything about, like maybe some people in the back or things to look out for?
No, they just said, just make sure nobody breaks in. Something
But
about their investor.
they didn't mention anything about people breaking out.
No. Nope. They sure don't. And Alex and Blake, your blood whispers to you as you're having this conversation with Parker. Somehow, you can make them sympathize even more with you or be terrified by you. You could probably use your persuade ability and make them feel in awe of you. On the other hand, you might be able to intimidate them using the daunt ability. Though with him, you feel you could be even more supernaturally charming and manipulative. Alex, your blood tells you you can make them forget the last 10 minutes and just walk away. You instinctively know you can cloud Parker's memory by just asking him to forget. Additionally, you can give Parker a one-word command and compel him just to do something not harmful to himself.
Parker, I'm sure you know
Yeah.
something more. If they've told you something, this seems to be like such a huge secret operation. Come on now, don't hide anything from me. We've known each other for such a long time. I've seen you before prison. I know why you were in prison.
Would you like to use?
Persuasion.
All right, go ahead and click on Persuasion. Your awe has been automatically factored in. So that's going to be Charisma plus Persuade or Persuasion.
Difficulty.
Difficulty would be 1 for Parker.
Parker's a pushover.
Poor Parker.
Parker.
Yeah.
That would be 8 successes.
Oh boy!
That's a lot.
Parker's like, honestly, I mean, it was just last weekend where we had they had the job fair, the one downtown. They just get people off the streets or just released. They said, meet them where the job fair was. They'd pick me up, give me a uniform. Hell, they even paid me in advance. They said nothing should happen and they'd be back sometime in the morning to have somebody relieve me. I mean, if you guys want to just leave, I won't say anything to them. You just go right ahead. I mean, we're friends, right? Hang out with all the same people, know the same people.
I mean, well, we don't want to leave without, coming out with anything.
I mean, if you and he looks each of you up and down. I mean, I can give you guys some money. That'll
That's not
help
what
you.
I mean. Oh, Parker.
Information, Parker. Information. I mean, is this really your first shift?
Yeah, I just started today. Like, look at this. I mean, this thing doesn't even fit me. They said you get one that fits me. Supposed to give it to the next guy. I guess he's pretty big.
Will you just excuse us for one moment, Parker? Just one moment.
I'll be right here. And he pulls out one of the chairs and has a seat and picks at his fingernails a bit.
Yeah, I lean into Alex, like kind of turn my back to Parker and like lean into your ear just a little bit, trying to make sure he can't hear me whispering like, do you think this is some sort of test? Like they sent him here
For us to feed?
or essentially, yeah. Like
I was thinking that.
do you see cameras in this room maybe? They're just watching us, seeing what we
That's
do.
not under my skill set, unfortunately. We can call Sam in to check.
That's okay. What were your thoughts?
I was thinking, I don't know, while talking to him earlier, I felt that we'd be able to have him forget, or I could have him forget. So we could maybe bring Martian to, let him have a sip of him. And then if he's good to go, maybe we could try too, because I am honestly so fucking hungry.
I didn't want to say anything, but
I know,
yeah,
appearances.
me too.
Yeah. But I mean, if I can have him forget, why not try?
I think I could convince him to let us
just give his wrist, right? Give his wrist to us?
We gotta try at least once, right? I mean, it's Parker. Like he's kind of a dipshit anyways, right?
No, he is. And he's a fucking dumbass. Like who gets themselves caught after having all the clientele that he did? He was getting bank. And then all of a sudden he gets himself caught. Anyway, we can bring the
No, but isn't it weird that we all like know each other? Like, we run in the same circles, although I don't remember you. If we met before, I apologize. But like we all know each other and we both know Parker. So whoever's behind this, they know us, right?
I mean, I'd like to discuss this more with the others present, but it's weird. I thought, because when I got here, I wanted to be here, but you guys sound like you're forced, so not sure.
That really you wanted to be here.
We can talk about that later.
Did you set this up?
No, not this powerful.
I spin around towards Parker because we've left him hanging for like long enough. He's sure he's gonna get antsy. He's like, Parker, we'd like to introduce you to a few other friends of ours. Don't be alarmed. Okay. They're a bit rough around the edges. One of them's even a celebrity. Just I reach out for his hand, right? And I kind of like gaze at him and I try to, he said I feel like I could make him do something I want to, right? So I will try to compel him to like give me his hand and follow me into the other room.
Go ahead and make a compel check, which would be wits plus resolve.
Difficulty
for Parker is 1.
Poor Parker. Poor Parker. So I only got 1 success. Not great.
It's success. What would you like to say to him?
I would just
single action command.
Yeah, follow. And like take his hand and guide him into the other room.
He stands up. His eyes get a little glazed over and he smiles. Of course. Lead the way.
And I'll bring him back into the kitchen.
As Alex and Blake head into the kitchen, Parker looks at you, Sam. He says, "Hey, Sam.
Parker?
How's Aunt May doing?
She's doing okay. The arthritis is flaring up a little bit.
He visibly relaxes as he meets Sam, his second cousin. Last time you saw him was at your Aunt May's birthday party. He visibly relaxes and he's like, oh, okay. Marsh, in fact, you know Parker too. You guys used to train MMA together. You were always better than them until they quit and started selling drugs. He doesn't recognize you. He's like, what are you? So he looks back towards Sam. So did you guys break in, or what are you guys like doing here? Like, is it a surprise party?
No, we were just we heard some stories, and Blake here was looking to maybe shoot some new segments at some spooky locales. So
Yeah, this place is pretty spooky.
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't even know you were out.
Yeah, I've about 2 weeks now, really. It's my first gig. My first interview, got the job. I mean, you know, about all I can get. And he glances around his poorly fitting clothing and how's everybody doing? I mean, speaking of getting out, when did you get back?
Oh, honestly, yeah, probably it was a couple months ago. I haven't really gone to visit anyone yet. Just kind of,
Yeah.
getting used to things, I guess. Well,
Yeah, it takes a lot getting used to when you're someplace so different, huh?
yeah, just everyone still doing the same thing, like nothing else has changed. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I haven't heard from anybody,
Yeah, there was. I mean, Grandma was a little disappointed, to say the least. So.
I know. I mean, I don't like guns, and the only thing to do back home was either join the service or, I mean, sell drugs.
Yeah, I know that. How does he smell?
What a question.
He smells warm.
Ooh,
And
Yeah.
so
sweet.
delicious.
Oh, so you're working here. He's working here. I'm looking over towards Alex and Blake.
Yeah,
Small world.
So
I do this motion in front of like Sam real quick behind Parker, by the way.
Yeah. And Sam, you get the sense that you could manipulate Parker's mind. Probably not even using any of your supernatural abilities, but certainly you can do it with your supernatural abilities, giving him the compel action to do something, provided it's not harmful to him. And Marsh, as you sit there and they're having this conversation, you feel if you stand really still, the guard would no longer be able to see you. In fact,
Sorry.
you'd be practically invisible to him. You feel as if you could be covered in a cloak of shadows, and your unseen passage will make you invisible to Parker.
oh, poor Parker.
I know this is we're talking about it. This is oh.
Poor Parker. This is the Drax
Oh,
Destroyer scene.
Parker, I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce you. Blake did say that he's a celebrity. You obviously know Sam, but this is Marsh. Marsh, Parker, Marsh.
Hey,
I know
hey Marsh,
Parker.
nice to meet you.
We used to fight. Do you remember that?
Oh,
Don't remember me, do you? I'm a little banged up.
You looked a bit different back then, but we were pretty young.
Yeah, time has not been good to me.
He glances up at your appearance as a Nosferatu, not nearly as good as Blake or Alex. Muscular for certain, and he's like, yeah, I mean, I followed you until you like disappeared. I could never, I mean, ask Sam over here. I tried, but even Sam could out wrestle me, and hell, you were like one of the best at the gym. So, well, like I told Sam, you can either join the service or fight or sell drugs. I couldn't fight very well.
I hear you.
Yeah, the past has been rough on us all, and I'll like clamp my hands on Parker's shoulder and like be like, yeah, like just give him a little shake, like, yeah. For some of us, it's our past that's troubling, and for others, it's their future.
Yeah, I take I scoop up, I jump up a little bit and sit on the counter. I take a look at my watch. Okay, so we have 10 minutes.
I knew it was an escape room.
No, it's not that. Sam, you guys are cousins?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be super frank here. Blake and I were talking about it earlier. Parker, you can listen in. You'll be okay. I try and calm him down. But
I'll just
so
whisper in his ear
thing.
from behind him, right? Listen. Not creepy at all.
So Blake and I were talking about that maybe he is part of the test. Marsh, you mentioned that the dead body in the meat locker earlier didn't satisfy you at all. So I was wondering, do you want to try him out?
You see Parker, eyes go a little wide and dead. Sam, there's a dead body here?
I mean, there's a lot of dead carcasses and meat and rotting meat still in the freezer.
Yeah, they told me they still had a bunch of stuff in there when the restaurant closed down. So not to worry about it and not to go in there.
Yeah, honestly, I think the freezer's cycling starting to go a little bit. Some of it's starting to rot. I would try to stay away.
Yeah, you can smell it I can smell it from here, and it's terrible. Hope they don't dock my pay or get mad at me.
No. That isn't a choice, I guess, Alex.
I mean,
Blake's
if
licking his lips.
I can try. Might as well, right? You gotta lead by example. So I step in front, I hop off the counter that I'm sitting on. I step in front of Parker, and then I compel him and say, give me your wrist.
He gets a little nervous as Alec moves towards him. But he's been in prison for a while. And he looks over and says, your friend's pretty friendly there, Sam. Is this... Yeah, okay. Here you go.
It's gonna be okay. And then I take his wrist. I actually run a finger down a little bit, just caress it a little. And then I put it up my lips, kiss it a
Makes
little
a nervous
bit.
laugh.
Oh, it's okay. I'm sure you've had this before. And then as my lips press on his wrist, I feel for the pulse. And then
it booms in your ear.
Yeah. And then just instinctually, I don't know if they're going to come out, if I just bite on it.
And as you do,
Try
you
to
hear
suck out something.
an audible gasp of pain, but also of pleasure from Parker. And he goes a little ridges and gets on his tippy toes a little bit, and there's a lost look in his eye as his smile creeps across his face. You can go ahead and reduce 1 hunger.
I take
And as
two
you finish, you know that if you lick the wound, the bite marks will disappear.
I do that. And then I'll actually, after I lick the wound, Okay, hold on a second. After I lick the wound, like I don't want to ruin my lipstick. But I kind of like just lick in while looking at him straight in the eye. That was really delicious. Very warm.
He goes a little faint, but he's able to stabilize himself before he falls over. Lost a little bit of blood, and he's like, "Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
It was an experience, wasn't it?
You got good friends there, Sam.
Yeah.
What are you
They're
doing?
right.
Like after I get off from,
Oh, me? Or
yeah.
Sam?
I mean, maybe we want to have breakfast.
Sure.
Oh,
But let me.
grins
I
towards
mean,
you.
yeah. I look at the rest of the group. If just like, hey, is open for business. While I clean the edges of my lips from his blood.
Did we get any whiffs of when that vein was opened?
Yeah, Marsh can barely contain himself.
I can make him forget.
Getting
We
awful
just have
close to
5
him.
more minutes, though.
I'm just watching everyone, but I have the knife at the ready. Like blade up against my arm, just getting ready. I don't know what's gonna happen yet, but
Does it seem like he's only willing for her, or just in general he's kind of...
I mean, if you used Cloak of Shadows or Unseen Passage, he'd never know you were there.
Yeah, I'm going to do that because I cannot hold back anymore.
If you want to
He always
use
picked on me
Unseen
when I was a kid
Passage,
anyway.
you would
Your
need to make
second
a
cousin.
rouse check. But if you stand perfectly still using Cloak of Shadows, you could use... What is Cloak of Shadows? Open my glossary.
Glossary.
I think at this moment, like, the fantasy of playing like vampire was really alluring to Blake, but in this moment of reality, as Alex feeds and I watch this person be drained of blood, I think there's a dose of reality hits Blake, and you can see it on his face. Like, he's not as okay with this as he would like to have put on a minute ago.
Gotcha. So to use those, let's use your sneak check. Let's use dexterity plus stealth.
Dexterity plus stealth. Where is my stealth? There it is. Okay, dexterity.
There's a lot of skills in this.
And how many difficulty?
One.
One.
Or Parker.
Parker. Come on, I'm hungry. Yes! Fucking drain that some bitch.
SC critical.
Don't kill him.
That sounds ominous.
Get him right to the edge. Get rid of all my hunger.
So
Getting rid of all
The-
the to kill him.
skull on the sheet there, or on the roll
Ooh,
there,
Shit, what does that mean?
you typically would ignore those if you got a success.
Okay.
A messy critical is you got criticals with your hunger dice, which are represented by the red dice, which you disappear from Parker.
Okay.
And then you see Parker's head get wrenched to the side. And Marsh fades into view with his fangs buried deep within. And it doesn't seem like there's any stopping Marsh. Marsh, you can reduce your hunger by 1. But as you do, you release Parker, and you're not really sure if he faints or if you killed him. But he crumbles to the floor of the restaurant.
Oh
Try
I
to
can
catch
shit!
imagine I was
before
I was still
he hits.
holding Parker on the shoulders, and Marsh like bumps me out of the way to do it right, and like I kind of land on my ass too. Just watching this unfold.
Man, what happened? I
Going to try to
started
catch
speeding. I
Parker
lost control, guys. Did I?
as he's falling.
Shit, did I kill him?
You can catch him without a check.
Fuck. I'm gonna check his pulse.
He's dead.
The hell, Marsh?
I didn't mean to. It wasn't. I didn't do that on purpose. Damn, my dude, I'm so sorry, man. That was not. I couldn't even help it.
Don't speak right now. Do not. Just white knuckling the knife right now.
You saw Alex with grace and poise and dignity and the fuck.
Dude, I told you guys, there's something coming over me, and I'm having trouble controlling it. Why didn't you guys pull me off of him?
Couldn't see
Yeah.
you.
Like they're gonna pull the big MMA
Oh, yeah.
star off.
Shit, that's right. You guys couldn't see me.
You hear a noise behind you from the kitchen. Outlined against the light of the kitchen, you see a silhouette of a very tall man with a powerful build. As he steps into the light, you can see he wears a well-cut, modern suit.
Parker again.
He stands calm and confident, but he also looks surprised to see you, as you are to see him. He smiles, allowing you to see his fangs. He's a vampire or kindred, just like you. And at this point, we'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break to see who this new person named Marcus who's just entered the story. Be back in
Marsh, I can't
Grandma's
believe you
gonna
killed
kill me.
Sam's
Oh,
cousin.
shit. Already,
You
man.
killed his second cousin.
Fuck, of all people, too. Second cousin.
Whoops. All right. Break time, right? 10
That's some
minutes?
random
And he just
person
got
on
out
the
of
street.
prison.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys back in 10 minutes.
Marcus looks towards Parker and then back to your group and says, well, looks like I don't have to ask him to forget the last 10 minutes of his life. Somebody must have made him forget everything else going forward. Seems to be my lucky night. My name is Marcus Dean. Hands go out wide and he says, happy to meet you. Fangs bared. Not aggressively, but at least knowingly. He looks around, looks at Parker once again. We should probably leave. My driver will arrive in a few minutes.
Oh,
Since
I'm Alex. By the way, this is Marsh,
Oh.
Blake, and Sam.
nice to
Yeah,
meet you,
Parker.
Alex.
Howdy.
And he'll step forward and extend his hand towards you, Alex.
I take
As
it and
he-
I shake it.
Looks over your attire, Blake. You get the sense that he has some good taste and expensive suit and long coat jacket that's warm but fashionable, almost as fashionable as Sam's. Since the Second Inquisition could get here at any moment now, I need to know what you know. And begins asking some questions. As he asks these questions, your mind tries to unlock your memories. Memories between your normal life, and this rude awakening you just had before this nightmare of death and blood swept everything away. Marcus looks each character up and down and says, as I said, we need to get out of here. Do any of you remember any details about your embrace? As he starts to head towards the emergency exit door that's sitting somewhat ajar.
I come close to Sam real quick and then kneel right next to him and just whisper, "Hey, I know, I'm sorry, but I think we have to follow him if we want to find some answers."
Yeah. You're probably right. Nothing I can do for him now anyway.
Fine.
I'll sidle up to Marcus and kind of take his attention while they're doing that. So I'm like, so I remember a place, the Black Rose Gallery. You familiar with it?
Mm-hmm. I am familiar with it.
Great. And the owner there, I mean, do you remember his name by any chance?
I do not. Passing acquaintance in our circles, I guess, but we
He
never
wasn't like a
spoke
big shot or
formally.
anything.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I was there, and I was supposed to be there for an interview, and it was almost like the whole place wasn't real. I'm not sure what that was all about, but next thing I know, he's got his neck on mine, and I didn't want to, like, you got to do certain things in my line of work, like even things you might not be comfortable with just to get the story, but once it started, I couldn't stop it. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, he embraced me, as you called it.
Yep.
But shortly after that, I think the police showed up, guns, laser pointers on all of us. I think they killed him. I remember the blood and the gunfire. Have you seen him? Is he really dead?
So when you describe these police, let me guess. Tactical gear, laser-sighted rifles.
Yeah. And one of them, I think I remember, he drove a stake through my heart, right here. And I looked him in the eye. And I feel like I'd interviewed him before, but it's almost like I can't remember his name for some reason. Do you know?
Yeah, you'll find a lot of people in public service space kind of have dual roles since they have the training, they're recruited into this, what we call the Second Inquisition. Let's grab your friends and
fascinating. Yeah, we're
head out into the alley.
I thought we were walking and talking. Anybody else? I mean, I feel like I'm talking too much. Do I talk too much? Maybe I'm talking too much.
Now let's get to the alley first.
Are there oh well, I mean, to be frank, I wasn't expecting to find anyone here, let alone some fledgling licks. He lowers his voice a bit and he said, I heard some rumors about this Second Inquisition safe house on my turf. I mean, he spreads his hands out wide and looks around up and down the alley. I didn't realize this place was one of their population control facilities.
What do you mean by population control?
Right.
And Second
Well,
Inquisition.
You see, the Second Inquisition. Well, one at a time, please.
I've got my notepad out and I'm scrawling like.
He said, licks, vampires, kindred, us. It's a slang term, licks. That's what some of us and some of the other clans call each other. But this Second Inquisition is bad news for all of us kindred. If you ever heard of the original Inquisition, picture that with the support of modern governments and using state-of-the-art weaponry and technology to hunt us kindred down. They're out to destroy every last one of us, but they also want to study us, which is why they don't immediately kill us. I assume that's why they left you here. to collect you later, to study you before they destroy you. So they're probably either nearby or on their way to check on you right now. If you'd rather stay out of your hands, you should come with me.
So you didn't set this up. You didn't hire Parker.
That guy on the floor there? No, I didn't set this up. I came to investigate this supposed safe house at this restaurant. No wonder why it's been closed for a while. They've been keeping, well, at least you four there. Not really how many sure anybody else has been kept there or killed there or destroyed there. But no, this was a surprise to me that I could see you, or that you were here. I didn't expect anybody to be here. You can make an insight check, and an insight check is going to be
You're cutting out a
insight
little bit, Rick. I can't hear
intelligence. Insight will be intelligence and insight. That's it.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty would be 3.
you. Ooh, Marcus. Hey.
Ain't no Parker.
That is 4 successes.
Ooh, shit, nice.
You seem to believe him. He seems like he's telling the truth, and much like you, doesn't seem like there's any reason to tell you any lies. After all, he said this is his turf, and if this second Inquisition is as terrible as he says it is, he's well within his rights to, go in and check out any rumors that might be happening upon his turf.
After Blake tells the story too, Marsh is like, just has this epiphany, and he can just picture, hey guys, this you asked that question of what we remember. Right before I pictured this guy I'd severely beat up. I thought I might even have killed him. Was driving a stake right through my heart. That's the last I remember, and it just kind of came to my, had the memory come back.
Might be a coincidence.
He looks at you, Marsh, and says, "You look terrible. Maybe you should use the blush. In fact, maybe all of you should use the blush." So what the blush of life is, normally kindred are functionally dead. This means that their skin is pale or ashen at best. They're cold to the touch, and they do not need to blink or breathe. Using blush of life allows the players to appear as mortals, making them look more lively, breathing, and even passing non-invasive medical tests. In addition, a character using blush of life can operate modern touchscreens as their skin produces the
Character
electrical
using blush what?
signal.
I think you need some blush, Rick.
My internet jumped.
Oh,
Oh, okay. We're good.
we left off
Back.
at yeah.
Blush.
when we were
So-
talking about blush.
Normally, using blush is normally kindreds are functionally dead. This means their skin is pale or ashen at best. They're cold to the touch, and they do not need to blink or breathe. Using blush of life allows players to appear as mortals, making them look more lively, breathing, and even passing non-invasive medical tests. In addition, a character using blush of life can operate modern touchscreens, as their skin produces the electricity and warmth necessary. To use the blush of life, a player needs to make a rouse check, and blush of life is activated regardless of the result and lasts for the entire scene.
Oh.
This scene here will not last long, but if you want to use blush of life, you can do so, or you can do so at the beginning of the next scene, or anytime that you feel most appropriate.
Good to know.
So, disciplines. All players have disciplines or powers of the blood. Every character has 3 powers with specific names, so characters may have the same power. Some characters may have the same powers as others. Each power has an individual description, and few powers require a rouse check to activate. the power activates regardless of the result, whether you gain more hunger or not. It does not change the effect of the power. Some powers require additional tests, and many won't. Some, like awe or daunt, are already factored into many of the default actions we're using in this story. So the camera shifts, and we see the exterior of this emergency exit door open as Marcus leads the coterie into the alley. There's a soft buzzing from a pocket in Marcus's coat, and he produces one of those early model flip phones and holds up a hand to each of you and speaks into the phone. Yes, we're in the back alley. Pausing a few moments, he nods his head a few times. Oh, that's not good. Okay, hurry. He closes the flip phone, looks back to you and says, my driver will be here in moments, which is a good thing. The Inquisition will be here moments after, and that's not a good thing. While we wait, what other questions do you have about me, the Inquisition, this place, what you might have become? I'll do my best to answer it as, well, matter-of-factly as I can.
Alex, I haven't seen someone use that phone since I was in the 8th grade.
I know, but I don't know. There's something about this guy. I think I'm gonna... Hang on a second.
Does it get service? Sorry, I got distracted.
I don't know. I mean, he seems... have you heard those conspiracy theories about maybe, like Rothschilds or the bigger families and stuff that are...
No, I watch more Ancient Aliens.
Hang on, let me talk to him real quick. I straighten myself up a little bit and then head to Marcus. Hi, Marcus. It's Alex again.
Yep.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that this is your turf?
Mm-hmm.
Where are we, by the way?
We're on the west side, my turf. This area is controlled by what we call the Anarchy. There are other areas controlled by another faction known as the Camarilla, but we don't need to worry about that right this moment.
Not now.
Every city, county, area is ruled over by a baron as a member of the Anarchs. So this area, I rule over and make sure that all my fellow Anarchs follow the Masquerade. Make sure they stay in line, relatively speaking. We're not as strict as the Camarilla, of course. But we got to make sure that we, don't make a scene of ourselves and cause any undue attention toward us. Otherwise, the Inquisition will be right on our heels. Kind of like right now.
Yeah, I was curious as to why the Inquisition would have taken us. Is it normal for the Inquisition to follow vampires or licks, I guess, that were just recently embraced?
You see, the Inquisition exists only to eliminate kindred. They've already destroyed a lot of our infrastructure. Luckily, we have a few places that aren't compromised, and we keep them in the dark by enforcing the Masquerade.
What's the Masquerade?
Masquerade, we don't want mortals to know of our existence. You can imagine what would happen if we did, right? We call this massive cover-up, the Masquerade. People start talking about us, the Inquisitors show up. Our survival depends on keeping this secret. And I expect all of you to honor it on my turf, now that, well, you're one of us. He pauses, lowers his voice even more, a bit dramatically. If you don't keep the secret, we'll know. And well, some of us will be very unhappy about it. Catch my meaning?
I think we do.
All right.
And what if we wanted to go back?
Back to
You
what?
know, to my life.
Huh.
I don't want your life.
Well, you can kiss that life goodbye. Indeed, your family and your friends, kiss them goodbye too. See, it's unwise to keep in contact with your mortal friends, more so your family. This will often lead to tragedy. That said, we often cultivate some sort of relationship with mortals, human beings, to keep in touch with, well, what keeps us human.
Makes
Wait,
sense.
so
Yeah.
at this moment, do our families think that we're dead?
Wait,
Not
how
too sure what your
long-
families think.
How long have we been
I
dead?
don't.
I haven't been back here probably for about a week, so less than a week.
A week?
Could have been a day.
I saw
But
your phone.
no more than
Is
a
it
week.
possible we time traveled back in time? What year is it?
You mean this old thing? We use these burners simply because it's not connected to the greater Internet of Things. No, nobody's going to track us down using these old phones. They work, but they don't have any chips, no GPS, nothing like that. So, recommendation is to get your hands on one of these.
They had cameras in there.
Yeah,
They were watching us.
yeah, they probably were. Seeing how you react, testing you, putting you through some kind of experiment. I've heard of that stuff before.
Like an escape room.
Are there rules against killing other kindred?
Yep, there are. It's called diablerie. There are rules, and some of the older generations hold up those rules, and if you kill another kindred without being on a blood hunt, you yourself will be on a blood hunt or be hunted. What that basically means is any of us have free reign to take you out.
And what if you don't kill a kindred, but maybe someone close to a kindred, like a cousin or a second cousin?
I'll tell you, you can forget about your family now, because if you're one of us and they are keeping tabs on you, you probably have everybody from your grandmother, even your great-grandmother, down to your smallest nephews under some kind of surveillance.
Yeah.
Storyteller question. How much do I remember of my embrace? There's nothing on my sheet about it.
On the back of your main sheet that is linked in the Discord, there's a third page, and I can read it to you if you'd like.
My thing only had one page.
In Discord, in the VTM channel, I put all the expanded character sheets up there.
Okay. Let's see.
So we'll just go through it. So Sam, when you returned, you hear a voice that says, "I've been following you." The voice is flat, solemn, and doesn't allow any room for questions. You turn around to find the guide of this particular exhibition, tall, slender, and dressed all in black. Your guide seems unable to smile or express any recognizable emotion. The feeling is strange, alien, and oddly reassuring. My people noticed you back in Iraq. At first, they thought you were not serious about your studies, but you surpassed everyone's expectations. The guide takes you through the pictures, just showing off how much they know. Then, without a word of warning, you feel a fangs in your neck, and death comes to you quickly. Anything else you'd like to know?
No, so it probably wasn't the Second Inquisition then that laid out the in the bookstore for me.
Probably not. Yeah, what do we do about
Marcus.
this hunger that we feel? Poor Parker back there, his cousin, I couldn't help myself but to feed on him, and I killed him.
Could we feed off the blood of the living? Anything else tastes bitter, stale, and you'll not be able to hold it down, let alone gain sustenance from it. Hunger is your new best friend and worst enemy, enhancing your abilities, making yourself look alive, using any of our powers, or even waking up every night can make you hungry. You'll have to manage that hunger. Feeding too much or too little can ruin you, get you killed, or do the same to mortals. Mortals are your primary target for feeding, and as an apex predator, you have the tools to do that. Feeding on humans doesn't usually hurt them. In fact, it puts them in a trance and erases all the important details from their mind. Mortals can get addicted to it, though, just like you can get addicted to feeding. Play it smart. Take only what you need, and remember to lick the wounds afterwards. For most of us, blood bags don't have the right taste, but they can be a good substitute for the real thing, especially in an emergency. Many licks live their entire lives by just using these. Blood types usually aren't an issue for us. Our blood, called vitae, gives us a vast array of abilities we can use. Some of these powers are common to all of us, while others are unique to some of us. As you may have experienced, you can improve your capabilities, making yourself appear alive, which I'd recommend Marsh, and perform other wondrous feats. Many of these actions, however, come at a cost, and the hunger always beckons, and with it comes the beast.
Thanks for that, Marcus. Appreciate that.
So, like, in terms of classic vampire tropes, garlic?
He laughs. Don't let that vampire fiction fool you, kids. Most of it's just that, fiction. Steaks won't kill you, but they can paralyze you. Old superstitions like mirrors, entering a home uninvited, garlic, as you say, crossing running water, none of that stuff is true.
Crosses?
No effect on us.
Sun?
I've heard some mortals who can somehow turn them into weapons against us, but I've never seen it myself. But, yep, the sun will give you final death.
Oh.
That is real.
You might want to lead with that next time before telling us that all the vampire fiction is just fiction.
Oh, my apologies. You said garlic, so it doesn't make you all sparkly or anything like that. No, it'll absolutely immolate you. Don't get caught in the sun. Even glimpses of the sun through a shaded curtained window is enough to put you down for good.
Huh.
So this is your turf. You control everything that goes on here, right?
Well, I wouldn't say control. I kind of we in the Anarch faction don't control you. We're immortal. You can do kind of the things you want to do. Just keep up the masquerade and don't cause too much trouble that would bring what you probably would call the SWAT, what I would call the Second Inquisition, to the area.
So do you know who did this to us, turned us?
I have no idea.
Well, do you know how we can find out?
He thinks to himself, and as he does, you hear the sound of an approaching vehicle that cuts the conversation short. Marcus's driver has arrived, and he smiles in relief. black SUV appears at the end of the alley. Tires screeching against the road as the driver brakes hard. She looks tense. "We have to move, sir," she cautiously cautions her employer. "They're on to me." Marcus looks to the group and says, "Let's go," and starts quickly heading towards the dark SUV, opening the door for each one of you, allowing you to enter. "The Inquisition will be here any minute. We need to get out of here."
Go ahead in.
As each one of you head in, before the doors even closed, as Marcus is pulling it in, stepping into the SUV, the driver pulls away in a hurry. As the black SUV makes its way along North Highland Avenue, you can see a white van behind you, clearly following, but it's impeded by heavy traffic and the skill of Marcus's driver. Marcus says to the driver, "We need to lose them." Looking back to you, "But first, I want to divert them from you. We'll drop you off along the way, and I think they'll follow us while you get out of here." Pulling a thick briefcase from under the seat, Marcus says, "Any of you licks have any extensive training with, or a hobbyist in the art of firearms?"
If you count 2 tours in the sand as extensive training, then yeah.
He looks to the rest of you.
I mean, I played that their Call of Duty once or twice.
He looks back towards Sam and kind of shakes his head. Anybody else who have practical applications in the use of
No,
handguns in particular?
just my bare hands.
Marcus.
Just as a question, would this be a skill that we would be trained in?
So,
Or is it
Firearms?
RP answer? Firearms is the name of the skill?
Yep.
Oh, I see. Oh, actually, I do have some proficiency in it. Never mind. I retract my Call of Duty statement.
You got your training from Call of Duty.
I've shot a
Yeah.
couple beer cans. That's my extent of
I did some
firearm.
hunting back home.
so mechanically, Marcus is going to give anybody with a firearm skill of 2 or greater, as he clicks the locks on the top of his briefcase pops open, where it sits surrounded in foam. Dark
This is briefcase a 3-digit code.
1, 2, 3.
Yes, I knew this was an escape room. It's just a really elaborate escape room. I knew it. I think to myself. Anyways, go on.
Within the foam, you see several Sig Sauer P365 9mm compact handguns with 2 standard 10-round magazines. Passing one of the handguns and 2 of the magazines to Sam, and 1 of the handguns and 2 of the magazines to Blake. Locks the briefcase, puts it back, looks back to you and says, "I think I know of a good spot where I can drop you off. It's within my territory, and you'll have the opportunity to grab a bite there." Chuckles at his joke. For a while, he stays silent, only breaking it to give directions to the driver. He says, "If you had sires, they would be your lifelines tonight. But you'll have to make do with me and my support system." He chuckles as he adds this last part again. "Get somewhere safe, make sure you're fed, and avoid the sunrise." He gestures emphatically with his hand as he says this last part.
Avoid the
"I'll
sunrise.
be at the Red Star tomorrow. I hope you can make it too." Reaches into his coat and he pulls out an ancient flip phone without a touch screen. Instead, it has little keypad buttons on it where you have to press the button 3 times to get to whatever your letter you need to make a text message.
T9.
And
Oh no.
Hands it over to Alex.
Oh.
This phone is a little, well, it's old and a little safer than a smartphone. Inquisition shouldn't be able to pick up your calls. Hit the redial button to reach an ally of mine if you get into serious trouble. She'll help you if you mention my name. Do not use it to call your friends or your family. You'll have to assume the Second Inquisition already has tapped them. Don't visit any of your usual hangouts for the same reason. Reaching into his pocket, he passes out some business cards to Marsh. You guys make your lefts and rights into a subtly industrial and seemingly urban area of the city. The driver pulls up around the corner of what looks like a gathering of people in a line. Doesn't say goodbye, but instead looks back and gestures get down as you leave the car. And with a peel of rubber and a screech, Marcus's driver pulls back into heavy traffic and is away with the white van in pursuit. You're left standing.
Can I really want to try to get a glimpse of the license plate number of the van that's been following us, if possible.
Get a glimpse.
Yeah, I really want to. Like, I'm trying to get. I've been trying to get its license plate so I can write it down for follow-up investigation.
All right, make a intelligence plus investigation check, or you can also use streetwise and wits, but it should be intelligence investigation.
Okay,
more than likely.
I'll do intelligence. Right. What would the difficulty be on this?
Difficulty is going to be a 2.
2.
They're
reasonable.
Right on your tail.
No
in a
park.
big SUV.
That's
2 successes. You're able to get a glimpse of the license plate, and the license plate is whited out.
Yeah. They're smarter than I give them credit for. But at least I tried.
So you're left standing where Marcus dropped you off. It was a close call, but you managed to get out of sight where the Inquisitors in the van could spot you. Everything starts to sink in. What you are, what you just learned. Let's go around. Alex, how does that make you feel?
I am very excited because the last thing I remember is how defeated I was after everything, and someone came up to me and offered me an opportunity, which I gladly took. It's so nice to see the opportunity actually manifest itself to something so otherworldly. I'm trying to keep this to myself and not show everyone else how excited I am to be part of this secret society, pretty much. And there is a level of, how do I say this? There's a level of, I guess, motivation in Alex to do whatever she can to make sure that she doesn't lose it. So, meaning if she needs to feed on live people, she will. If she needs to do anything else to make sure that nothing disturbs this new opportunity, she will do it. She just needs to know what.
And Blake, what do you think about your current situation?
I've been wishy-washy over the past hour or so, seeing things go, and I've started to sort of accept the reality as a reality. But Blake is very excited about the idea of being something more than he was before. I've always had this drive, this upward mobility thing that drove me from the Midwest to the big city in the Midwest to coming out west to the big, Los Angeles, and sitting here, holding this gun in my hand, feeling like I'm in the middle of a movie like I would have watched as a child and dreamt of being something just more. That first step on the next journey of my life I have a fire in me that I haven't felt in a while since I lost some of that glamour I had in my past, since I was taken down a peg or two. This is my way to reclaim what I believe is rightfully mine.
Nice. And Marsh, you've been relatively quiet as the people with all the charisma have been doing much of the talking. But, you know, being a strong guy from the Midwest, you know, former champion in MMA, kind of down on your luck out here in LA, meeting up with this group and knowing what you've become. What's on your mind?
Marsh has, God, he's got a wide range of emotions going right now. There's a part of him that feels like he did back when he was in the cage fighting. There's that adrenaline, there's excitement, there's danger, you know. Then on the flip side of it, the memory of this person who put a stake through his heart, pissed, like, what the hell? I found out that vampires are real. I always thought they were not real, like, yeah, okay, it's just fantasy. And then I just killed Sam's cousin. And so I'm very sad about that. I'm very emotional about, you know, there's a part of me I can't imagine I just did that. Understand I didn't mean to. I'm feeding. I couldn't control it. But so I'm all over the place right now. You know, I'm sad, I'm mad, and then I'm getting excited because it's like my cage fight's going. And then I start thinking about, you know, old Parker there, and I get sad again. Then I think of that vision of the stake, and I'm getting mad. Like, who the fuck was this guy? So that's kind of what's going on with me right now.
So Sam is pretty conflicted right now, but not for the reasons most people would suspect. He's conflicted in the way that he is not really sad or remorseful about his cousin. That's almost pushed out of his mind. He's being almost consumed by this need for answers. This new opportunity, this new door has opened to knowledge that's outside any history book. To find out the true history of the world and what's actually been going on is just pretty much in the forefront, and he's only conflicted with the fact that that's the only thing he can think of right now, when he knows he should be feeling something else because his cousin just died.
All right, we got our tech issues sorted. I think we can all hear each other and everyone can hear us again, so we're good to keep going. Just pretend like it never happened. Like, Alex, look at the audience, make them forget the last 10 minutes. And we're rolling.
We're sucking your blood.
Marx's driver dropped you off around the corner. There's a long line that leads. Loud, bassy music spills out onto the street as the scent of cloves and tobacco hangs in the air. You round the corner and there's a tall, thick man with close-cropped dark hair in a fine suit wearing sunglasses standing out front with his companions checking IDs. And all of those who form the long queue into Club Violet one at a time. Occasionally, you see some people move to the front of the line and hand him a card. Inspecting the card and then the people, he unlatches the felt rope from the stands and lets the group pass through into the loud interior. As you approach, he takes your card, Marsh, lowers his sunglasses, and you catch the glimpse of his red eyes. He smiles a knowing smile that reveals slightly elongated canines, and again unlatches the red rope, allowing you to enter. Inside.
That's exciting. Oh,
Inside.
I put my blush. I put the
Yeah.
Okay. Blush of life.
the blush on. Yes, blush of
Okay.
life.
See,
Everybody
Alex,
who's going to do blush of life, let's roll a rouse check.
Right.
Ouch. Wow.
Rouse
It's
check.
supposed to be just one dice.
That's one success for Alex.
Maybe I
One
roll
for
it wrong.
Marsh.
2 successes for
clicked-
Sam.
I clicked rouse in the bottom right under the chat window, but it only rolled one dice.
Yeah, click on your character. And then it says rouse roll on your character sheet.
Yeah. I did the character sheet. It did fine. If I do it from down there, it doesn't. So
Yeah.
Feel like I need to be doing this with this music.
So everybody, your pale skin becomes full of life. If you were to pinch Blake once again, you'd probably see the red marks swell where you pinched him. That weren't there before. Inside, the strobe lights cut through the room where Ellie's counterculture stomps, sways, and swoons to the newest sounds. Twisty stairs lead up to another smaller room where the DJ plies his craft. A back door on the first floor leads out onto a patio surrounded by a tall wooden fence with benches and flower-filled planters created in hidden corners where club goers can smoke, gossip, in semi-privacy. On your way here, you pass through several less savory and industrial areas of the city. Young, dark-haired men and women, some older than others who don't look like they kind of fit in here, but just trying to recapture their youth as this was the scene they had when they were young and, you know, trance music was popular. Dance with their collars popped up as the younger ones look at them a little weirdly at him, but even Marsh doesn't get a second glance from somebody as everybody's there, the heads bobbing and the sweat upon their bodies are like a banquet to your senses. Marcus said this was a hunting ground.
Smells good in here.
Do you guys think we could maybe find somewhere a little quieter to hole up?
What, you don't like the music, Blake?
I'm enjoying this.
It's a bit much.
Yes, smart.
Alex, you want to dance, Alex?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm
Actually,
gonna
what
go
we-
find a VIP room and I'll slip away from the dance floor.
Okay. This Blank makes his way off. He leaves the three of you sitting in the middle of this dance floor. It's what looks like those old warehouse parties where they just rent the warehouse for the night and a rave is happening and there's people. The lights are flashing. The strobe lights are flashing red, blue, as all these people around you are dancing, their bodies rubbing up against the three of you as they glance and kind of give you a smile and keep dancing with themselves, their partners, their groups.
So while dancing, I'll just be looking around for someone younger. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Someone younger than me. And then once I set my eyes on one, I will come up to them and start
How
dancing.
old is Alex?
Alex is 28.
There's probably 99% of the people in this room are younger than you.
This is a buffet. So I just come up to the one that's closest to me. Someone's already dancing
turn.
with Alex, right?
And they bump into you again and they kind of smile and they look at your attire and they kind of,
I seem to be a little overdressed, don't you think?
what? I can't hear you. Isn't this awesome?
It is. And I just drape an arm over the person that I'm dancing with.
And they kind of open up their little circle of their friends dancing and you're grooving to the beat with them and everybody's,
No, just you. I come up closer, just you. And then I try and persuade.
do it. Is it going to be are you wanting to do charisma or more manipulation to get them to come away from their friends?
I will actually. You know how I have my arm draped over their shoulder?
Mhm.
I pull them in a little bit, lock my eyes with them, and use dominate.
Oh.
Which is mind control practice through one's piercing gaze.
Nice. So it looks like compel. Is it compel? What else do you have? You have
Dominate and presence.
pull it up here. Dominate. You have compel and cloud memory are your skills from your discipline tree of dominate. So you can compel them.
I will compel them.
Go ahead and roll wits plus resolve. They're into it. It looks like they've probably had either something to drink or something to smoke or both.
Difficulty.
1.
Turner Parker.
That would be 3 successes.
3 successes. So they get closer. So did you grab a young man or a young woman?
Let's say I did Parker earlier, so let's say I grabbed a young woman.
Okay. And her hair's braided and pulled back, and she's got what look like beads. And she's throwing her head about from side to side, and she moves in closer to you as you stare at her in the eyes. And what do you say?
You are so pretty.
Breakdown.
No, I can't. We can't hear each other, so do I know where Blake went? Because I want to take her there.
Blake, where are you going?
Yeah, I would have slipped off the dance floor to try, because like this music, it wouldn't have been my favorite even before my embrace, but post embrace, it's just sensory overload. It's too much for me. I can't handle it out there. It is a bit much. So I have tried to make my way towards. You said there was like a staircase going up. Does it look like
There's a staircase going up with a sectioned off area, a room, let's say, where the DJ is plying his craft in his giant mixing boards there and multiple turntables, and it's probably soundproof, so he doesn't have to hear how loud the speakers are out front. But there are VIP areas, curtains up top that you can either A, pay for, or B, convince somebody you belong there.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to make my way towards those VIP sort of sections and, pull like a waitress, or I don't know if there's anyone working here, if it's really just like a warehouse party, but look for somebody that official and try to sort of be like, I'm going to need one of those rooms and the best champagne you have.
You see one of the bottle runners. It's a young man, smile on his face, and he's really into this music. He probably works here just for the music. And he's like, yeah, not a problem. The VIPs are $50 down, $50 an hour, includes unlimited. Well, if you want to get the real good stuff, it'll be a little more expensive.
Oh, sorry, I should have been more clear. I was kind of hoping for the celebrity rate.
Aren't we all?
I was on TV.
This is LA. Everyone's on TV.
I know.
Yeah, I was on a. Are you familiar with novellas?
Sure, yeah.
I was on the one Dos Amores. I'm not really sure how it is.
Was that the
really
one where
Latin.
the person had like amnesia and couldn't remember like who they were?
No.
Oh.
It was a really dramatic one where everybody yelled at each other.
Cried.
Huh. I'm sorry. It's kind of hard to hear in here. What was your name?
Joe.
Joe.
You can call me Joey.
Look, listen. I really am a celebrity. I do write sort of music reviews, restaurant criticisms, such and such. You can go ahead and let me in, right? And I will sort of use this sort of internal power I have to like compel him to
All right,
do what I want.
let's do it.
You're pulling the
Wits
"Don't you
plus
know
resolve.
who I am" card.
You say wits
work.
plus resolve.
Wits plus resolve.
By the way,
What's the
50 bucks.
what's the difficulty on Joe?
For VIP,
Difficulty
I
on Joe
know
is-
that's hella cheap.
2. Okay.
2.
Where's this club? I want to go.
I know.
Ooh, I only got 1 success, so that's a fail. Can I at this point tap in and use my willpower to re-roll?
You can re-roll
Oh.
up to 3 regular dice. So it appears that you have 2 regular dice remaining that aren't successes. So you
Okay.
can re-roll up to 2. You can't re-roll a hunger, but you can
Mhm.
re-roll regular dice.
Got it.
So
So I
go
click
ahead
this
and-
re-roll with the willpower button in my character sheet.
That is correct.
It rolled.
Another success. Do you want to increase your margin, or are you good with
I get 1 more re-roll, right? Up to 2.
up to 3
Because-
regular dice?
But I had 2. 1 was a success, 2 were blank, so I should theoretically get 1 more re-roll, right?
You can do up
If I-
to 2 if you want.
Yeah. So I'll do 2. I did 1. It doesn't give me like a prompt or anything, so that's
Yeah.
fine. So that makes it 2 successes total with my re-roll willpower. And I have to mark something in my character sheet, right? I lose
Since
a
you're on
willpower?
TV, you're a big tipper, right? Go ahead and put a diagonal slash in your willpower.
I did, yeah. Like,
You did-
oh yeah, and my friends too. Like, you ever watch sports? Marsh, the big MMA fighter, a few years back.
Sorry, I'm not really into sports ball. You're a good tipper, though, right? You're being on TV.
Right. I mean, I'm saying like they got money, they got cash, deep pockets. We're
Okay, sit in my section right over here. And he leads you to a maroon curtain, pulls it aside quickly, and says, "Go ahead and have a seat. I'll be back in a little while. I got to get this over to the other guys."
Am I floor level or am I in like a raised section?
Up 1 level on the would be considered the 2nd floor, where the
Okay,
DJ
so-
is.
Perfect. That's what I thought. So at this point, I'm like overlooking the balcony, and I think I can see sort of Alex making her way off the crowd, and we make a little eye contact. You can see me in a
Mhm.
booth.
I pull my lady by the hand to where
Okay.
the VIP room is.
She follows, and as she, oh, VIP, huh?
Yes, of course.
Well, okay, and
Only the best.
she picks up her step a little bit as she's like, "Yeah, free booze." What is Sam doing?
Sam likes the music, but not so
Mhm.
much. Not the environment. Never been a big club person. He's been more focused. He enlisted right out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of was never his thing. So he's gonna go outside and try to bum a smoke off someone.
Okay, as you make your way outside onto the patio, tall, rickety wooden fences and chain link fences, all somewhat connected together in this industrial complex. And you walk out, and there's people leaning against, some people in the corner having conversation, and you catch the eye of one of the guys there, and he kind of gives you like a "what's up" as he admires your long trench coat, and he has long trench coat, and he's like, pulls in, and he flips it out, and quickly, one-handed pops it open, and the cigarette pops up a little bit, and he pulls it out.
Thanks, man.
What's your name? I'm James.
Daryl.
Nice to meet you, Daryl. It's pretty awesome, huh?
Yeah, it's cool. I don't really go clubbing too much, though.
Yeah. These pop-up raves are the vibe, man.
Yeah,
Anything else besides that cigarette?
What else you got?
I mean, whatever you're looking for. And he casually opens up his hand, and you see pills that have an X on them.
Molly.
Maybe later I'll come find you.
I'll be here all night, man.
Thanks, James.
All right.
Oh, it's picking up.
And I'm going to use one of my disciplines,
All right. Let's do it.
aspects.
So you have
No,
the discipline aspects that gives you heightened senses. That is
Yeah, I'm
your
just gonna.
skill. To buy other skills into aspects will require experience points. So that is your skill that you have, is the heightened senses.
Okay, I'm going to use heightened senses,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to just. After I'm
Love this
exhaling
music.
the cigarettes, let the smoke kind of blow away. I'm gonna take it deep inhale. I'm just gonna try to find a scent that I find the most pleasing to me.
Go ahead and make an investigate action using your intelligence and investigation, and add 1 dice to it.
One modifier.
Add a modifier to it as the crescendo of this music goes, and everybody starts stomping the floor, and this music is like ringing through your ears.
Okay, and I don't need to do a rouse check to use this, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the difficulty?
Difficulty is because of you're heightening all your senses. This music that you're not too fond of is banging your ears, so we'll call it a difficulty 2.
I like the music, just not the club.
It's loud in your ears, and the bass is like,
That's a lot of dice.
That's 6 successes.
oh yeah. What does Sam want? What is Sam like?
10 dice.
Actually, a little bit older than him. He's probably around 25, younger than Alex. But guy or girl.
Mm-hmm.
Probably someone who isn't like a little more clean cut, and someone who's not like already like so far gone that they're like sloppy, right?
Yeah. So as you're sitting in here having this conversation with James, you look over, and there seems to be a bit older lady. She's sitting in the corner having a smoke to herself, probably just trying to get out for the night and not really worry about it. She doesn't quite fit in with the rest of the crowd, but you catch her eye eyeing you as you're having this conversation with James, and you turn around, and your senses acutely aware not only of her eyes upon you, but the smell of maybe not the most modern perfume, but something that you found familiar in your youth. Maybe Jessica wore the same stuff.
I'll walk up towards her. I don't have a lighter, but you need a light? And I'll hold out the cigarette towards it.
I'm good.
She was trying to smoke, right?
Yeah. She has a little folding purse, and she says, I'm good. And she pulls out one of those Virginia Slim cigarettes that are, this long, and she has her little bedazzled lighter, and she says, Jill.
Jill? I'm Sam. Nice to meet you.
You don't come around here very much, do you? You don't come to these. I haven't seen you before.
No. Haven't really had much of the time, really, but trying to explore new things, see what's out there.
Yeah.
What about you? You come here a lot?
I come to these things occasionally. Get time away from the day job,
Yeah. So,
What do you do?
well, I kind of in between things right now. I just came home from my last tour over in Iraq. So
Just military man, huh?
yeah.
Just came home as in like a week ago, 6 months ago.
A little bit in between those two.
Did it make you
guess-
do PT when you're on?
Yeah, it's a pretty regular thing, I would say.
She takes her cigarette and she drops it on the floor and she grabs your coat by the collar and she says, "Let's go dance." And she pulls you into the
All right.
music in the middle of the room and drapes her arms over you, kind of crossing her wrists over your back of your neck and, you know, looking at you, giving you that,
I'll just be
well,
like,
if you're
yeah,
in good shape and, you know,
yes, ma'am. And I'll let her lead me away into the dance floor.
Marsh,
Yes, sir.
there are people here with lighter complexions than you. They're goth makeup painted with eyeliner, and their hair is spiky and dancing all around, and your friends have moved. Blake's gone upstairs. Alex has gone upstairs. Sam has moved to the patio area. What's Marsh doing?
Well, he stood there a little, like, kind of let down. He asked Alec to dance. She said, yeah. She just took off on him. He was standing there, head kind of down, like, what do I do? So I think at that point, as I kind of felt embarrassed after she walked away, I'm looking for Blake, trying to find out where he's at so I can go find him. Really wanted to dance. I might go back and meet these people, but at the moment, yeah, just kind of like,
The
embarrassed.
last time you saw Blake, he kind of was holding his ears and had a little bit of a grimace on his face. You know, you figure he's been in these giant crowds that you've been performing at, and so you think it's probably not necessarily the audible volume of the music, but maybe the substance of the music, and you saw him walk towards the stairs.
Right. So I'd head that way and see if I can find him.
You head up the stairs, you pass the sealed DJ booth, and Blake, do you keep the curtains open to your VIP room so your friends can see you?
Yeah, I definitely am not trying to be hidden or anything. I want to make sure that everyone knows we have a space to retreat to.
Okay.
So Marsh would see me and I'll, nod at him.
And as you make your way up the stairs, you see Blake sitting in the booth and the curtain half drawn back, and sitting next to Alice is another young lady, and not really sure where Sam has disappeared to. The music continues to thump in the ears as you look around at all the heartbeats pounding in your ear, their scent of sweetness in your nose, and making your mouth water. Loud, bass-heavy music fills the once abandoned warehouse, now known as Club Violet. The scent of cloves and tobacco hangs in the air. Out front, the bouncers keep order as the long queue eagerly waits to enter. Strobe lights cut through the room where LA's counterculture stomps, sways, and swoons to the newest sounds. Twisty stairs lead up to another smaller room where the DJ plies his craft, and VIPs sit in curtained seclusion, away from the chest-pounding audio assaulting the dance floor. The back door on the first floor leads out onto a patio surrounded by a tall wooden fence with benches and flower-filled planters, creating hidden corners where clubgoers can smoke and gossip in semi-privacy. Good evening, and welcome to the stream. Everybody say hello.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
Hey, everyone.
Thanks for joining us. Tonight we continue our story in the world of darkness with episode 2 of Vampire the Masquerade's starter pack, The New Blood. As a warning, Vampire contains graphic descriptions of death, physical violence, including use of guns, claws, biting, stalking, gore, marsh blood drinking, as well as references to drug and alcohol use. Vampires are predators, heirs of an ageless condition, and driven by supernatural forces they struggle to control. One overwhelming fact defines their existence. To survive, they require blood. In most cases, taking blood involves hurting somebody, maybe even killing them. No matter how virtuous a vampire may be on the evening of their embrace, they quickly understand their long-term survival requires constant compromise between ethics and practicality. Vampire the Masquerade explores those moral compromises. How far will a character go for survival? For success? The deceit and violence of a vampire is willing to engage in, and the people they're willing to hurt and betray is where we find the true horror. It's about sacrificing one's humanity, bit by bit, until nothing remains but a monster. Thus, viewers should prepare themselves to watch us explore themes of violence, desperation, and possibly exploitation. If any viewer finds the story going in an uncomfortable direction, they should stop, navigate away, and find something else to occupy their time. Viewer discretion is advised. We'd like to thank Molten Hosting as our official Foundry VTT hosting solution, whose
Molten
service
Hosting.
is so hot, you'll never catch frostbite.
Oh, frostbite. That's a stretch. But
If you want to check out some of the games we've been taking a look at, but don't want to worry about self-hosting, then check out moltenhosting.com for your very own Foundry turnkey solution. Or if you're looking to revamp your game, be sure to use the code Recall Knowledge at checkout, where new subscribers can get their first month free. And before we jump back into the game, let's have our players introduce their characters and themselves, starting with Nina.
Hello, my name is Nina. I play Alex Padilla. She is I have a height now, a 5'7" Mexican-American woman who was recently embraced and found herself with this group. She's very ambitious as well, and doesn't necessarily, and thinks that choosing violence is childish. So for the most part, she tries to be as diplomatic as she can.
Thanks, Nina. Steve.
Howdy, my name's Blake. I'm just a good old Midwestern boy who has been down on his luck in recent years. I've had a rough couple of times. I used to be on TV. You might recognize me from the 6 a.m. morning sports broadcast, the most coveted of television slots. But ever since me and my editor didn't see eye to eye, I've had a rough few years. But that's all turned around now, because look who's back on top. Blake. Now that I found my reality matching my personal feelings about myself, right? I've always had an elevated opinion of myself. And now that I have abilities that mere mortals would covet, I'm looking forward to getting some comeuppance for those who've wronged me in the past.
Nice. Thanks, Steve. Mike, you're up next.
All right, I am Mike. I am playing Marsh. You see Marsh sitting there. Some of you may know him as a champion MMA fight cage fighter who retired after getting kind of older and hurt. Still very muscular, still well shaped. You can tell he's still very strong. But, his clothes are pretty well tethered, kind of raggedy. And he wears a mask over most of his face.
Murderer.
And in case you missed, he did kind of give in, couldn't stop getting the blood, and accidentally killed somebody. Not intentional, but my hunger is good now, so I like it.
It sure is. And last but not least, Richard.
Hi everyone, my name is Richard. I'm playing Sam Araneta. He has a last name now. He is a half Filipino, half Irish American. Around 25 years old. Just got back from his second tour in Iraq. And he finds himself newly embraced and in this situation. And not sure what he's going to do with his hunger. And very conflicted with everything that's going on. The death of his cousin at the hands of Marsh. The whole turn of events. But he has a real thirst for knowledge. That is his driving factor. So,
Well played.
I mean, on the one hand, your cousin, it was just Parker. It wasn't like anyone important.
Yeah.
Just Parker. We all knew Parker.
I mean, I thought he died in prison anyway.
That's about right. As the camera fades in, looking down from the VIP area of Club Violet, we see a throng of partygoers mashed together on the dance floor. Their sweat causes their clothing to stick tightly to their bodies. Their heartbeats echo in the ears of our new vampires. As the camera pans around the room, we find Blake sitting in the VIP area he has secured with the curtain drawn back, and Alex just now arriving with her new friend. The camera turns once again, and we see a glimpse of Marsh heading up the stairs on his way to enjoy his newfound companions, before continuing past the throng of dancers who crowd the floor, and lands on Sam in the corner with his new friend. In the midst of this warehouse rave, someplace on the west side of Los Angeles in an old industrial complex, the scene is yours.
Hey, Blake!
I'm like pulling the curtain open so you guys can come in. Like, howdy. Oh, I take the woman's hand, the young woman you brought, and kiss her hand as you guys come into the VIP section.
I raise my eyebrow and look at the lady that I brought, and I ask, "Are you having a good time?"
Yeah?
All right, Joel, just come in. Just come with me. This is Blake, by the way, but you can ignore him. And then I'll I'll lead her to the corner, and then I'll look for the waiter.
I just like to watch.
I
Does
didn't
Blake
hear
have a
you.
fedora? I like Blake.
But while we walk to the corner, I'll also be looking around the bar for Sam.
So as you walk along towards the corner, it's almost a raised walkway where these tables have been set up in this abandoned warehouse that at one point you could probably picture a foreman overlooking people packing boxes into semis and plying their trade somewhere. And you look over the corner. Why don't you give me a investigation check to see if you can find Sam in the throng of bodies down on the first floor dance floor.
Let's
That'll be
see.
intelligence plus investigation.
Difficulty.
I'm going to say, well, Sam, are you trying to not be seen? Are you trying to be more conspicuous or inconspicuous?
No, not right now. I think right now my lady friend has just brought me inside and we're dancing. I don't know how far she brought me in, but I'm not trying to not be seen. So
Okay. 2.
2. That would be 3 successes.
3 successes. Yeah, you see, you're looking down and you see the patio opening and you see this not really young woman, maybe late 20s, early 30s, taking Sam by the hand and moving back in towards the dance floor.
I kind of chuckle to myself a little bit and then put my attention back on my new lady friend. Just entertain her. and impress her with all the stuff that I'm gonna be ordering from the waiter.
Speaking of, Joey returns to your area, Blake, as Alex is moving off. And he's like, so what can I get you? And he's got his 3 or 4 different bottles and some cups of water he's taking to one of the other booths, but he wants to make sure that he stops by and make sure you're taken care of one way or another.
Well, my friends are going to be joining me shortly. They're enjoying themselves on the dance floor right now. Except for Alex. I've lost her. She's around here somewhere. Personally, I could use 2 things, Joey. One, I could really use a Perrier. And 2, you guys, can you come here? I really don't want anyone to hear this. And I try to pull him in close.
He sits down so he doesn't have to stand up, and he kind of scoots across the plastic felt bench.
Okay. I'll put my hand. Yeah, I put my hand on his like right shoulder, and I lean in right towards his left shoulder, opposite my hand, and I just whisper into his ear. I say, "I could kill for some earplugs right around now."
I don't know what to tell you. I can get you some bottle caps, but earplugs are probably going to be hard to come by around here. I mean, it's pretty much what everybody's here for. Look at all these people, isn't it amazing? This is such a vibe.
Yes, it's a lot. All right, well, Perrier then. And if you have like a drink menu or something, perhaps you could leave it and I can look it over.
Oh, certainly. Pulls it off the top, his quick printed marketing material, and puts it on your what looks like a old tablecloth, dark in color. Slides it across and says, "All right, I'll be back in a little while." As Joey heads off back to the makeshift bar on the first floor, he passes Marsh on the stairs.
Hey, you know where Blake's at?
Yeah, he's back up there. You can't miss him. He's the old guy.
Hey, can you bring me a Guinness stout on your way back?
A beer. Okay.
Yeah, no, not just a beer, Guinness stout, buddy.
Not a problem.
All right, man. Or any dark beer. All right, cool, man. Thanks.
I'll bring you a beer.
All right. I continue up to go find Blake.
And as you make your way up onto the second story, you pass the DJ booth that's surrounded in soundproof glass so he doesn't hear the just thumping, pounding of this warehouse party and the music within. And you see Blake on the left. And you probably get a glimpse of Alex as she's moving down towards the corner of the second floor walkway. And as you look to Blake to your left and back to the right where all the people are dancing, you get a glimpse of Sam. What is Sam doing?
He let his new friend take the lead for a while, and then just starts dancing with her, probably getting a little bit hot and heavy, closer and closer. Just kind of vibing to the music for a while before he starts feeling that hunger again, especially with kind of the thumping of the beat and then the thumping of her pulse and the pulses around him.
Mm-hmm.
And he just feels this pulse, this thump, 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 and he leans in and says, "You wanna have another smoke?"
Sure. Come on.
Let's try to find somewhere quiet.
I mean, we can go out front or go around the corner.
No, there was some places on the patio.
Okay. Yeah, not a problem. Follow me. And she again leads you out, like with a practiced hand, out the back door to her, well, at least weekend stomping grounds away from her desk day job.
And you said that like there was a lot of like corners meant for like privacy out here, right?
Yep.
So I'm gonna find one, like probably with like a bench, so I could sit next to her.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as we sit down, I'm gonna kind of like move her hair and just start kissing her neck.
And as you do, you glance across at the next bench and you see somebody there, and he's almost adopted the same pose that you have on his partner. And you see the flash of red eyes briefly as he grins and then puts his head back down into the nape of his newfound partner's neck.
Now feeling that pulse right on my lips now, on her jugular. I'm gonna take her and look her in the eyes and use compel. Say, just stay quiet.
All right, go ahead and make, what is the compel? Is it, yeah, roll 6 dice against her wits and resolve, which is, I'm going to take 2. So I'm going to take half of what her standard, so 2 difficulty. 2 successes. She's like, we just met, but all right.
And I'm gonna go back into her neck. Take a deep breath. Well, not even though I don't need to breathe. Just inhaling that scent, especially probably the fresh blood that I can smell across from me. And then my mind flashes back to seeing Parker's lifeless eyes. And I push away, and I try to use compel again. And I tell her, "You're tired. Go home."
Roll a compel check. She's kind of put off, so I'm going to say it's a 3 difficulty.
3 successes.
She's like, yeah, I got to work on the weekend. Can I get your number or something? To your, you know.
Well, maybe we'll see each other. Maybe I'll see you here next time.
Okay. And as she gets up and she starts heading through the throng of dancers, heading out towards the door, you see her catching eyes of other young men and women, and smiling, and as she leaves, and she heads out the exit, or you spot the bouncers who let you in earlier in the evening, let some more people in as some of the people exit. And you look up and you briefly catch a glimpse of Alex and her friend standing in a dark, secluded corner. It's like, okay, nothing really looks exciting up here.
No, it's not about the view, it's about us. So Alex likes a challenge. So instead of just going in immediately to feed, she'll actually kind of masochistically, like, push herself to where she wants to be on that edge wherein she can't take the hunger anymore. So she'll put herself in situations wherein, like, she'll brush her lips or she'll brush her nose on the pulse points of her neck, of her wrists. And when her lady friend, I forgot her name, when her lady friend gets comfortable enough, she'll actually go in and escalate the situation a little bit more, to the point wherein, man, this is R18, right? Like, no children are gonna watch this. Anyway, warning.
You already warned everybody.
Yeah. So she'll escalate things, and then she'll start making out with her new lady friend. But instead of going for the easy way and just biting onto her neck, she'll slowly like get lower onto her body, and then to the point wherein she gets off the chair, kneels in front of her, spreads her legs a little bit more, and then goes for the femoral. But just like lightly kiss the inner thigh for a little bit, and then goes for the femoral artery that's just right there. But while doing that, though, she'll make sure that her lady friend doesn't drink, because like she can have the first two glasses that she had earlier, but she doesn't want her drunk, because she just has a feeling that it would, affect the taste of the blood a little bit.
Well, when you first met, you realized she was either drinking something, smoking something, or had taken and ingested something.
But that was it,
So
though.
she's a little, she's
but,
not sloppy.
Yeah, that was it. She didn't allow her to. Yeah, she probably at some point compelled her to not take or drink any more and just focus on their time right now. She would also, like, while feeding, like, she'll also want to push her lady friend to the edge of, like, life and death, although she has no idea when to figure out when to stop. But when she feels that her pulse is starting to slow down and she's not, like, reacting anymore or making sounds,
Or she
that's
passes
when she
out.
pulls out. Yeah. That's when she'll pull out.
Speaking of
scary.
drinking, Joy returns with some kind of swill, dark beer, and puts it on the table along with a Perrier and waits patiently for his tip.
Joey, me and Marsh are just having a bit of a disagreement. Maybe you can help us answer a little question, if you will. You see, I'm working on a screenplay. It's
Are you a writer?
well, aspiring writer, of course. Although,
Do you have anything out that I might know?
well, are you into MMA at all?
No, I don't do sports ball.
Right. So currently I'm more of a sports writer than anything else. In fact, this here is Marsh, famous MMA legend.
Is he picking up the tip?
Listen. You can earn your tip. Because we have a little debate going. Now, Joey, if you were forced into a position where you had to kill someone or potentially hurt somebody very bad, how would you choose who deserved it? I mean, would you just hurt somebody that was already dying? Or, a really bad person? Like maybe somebody who doesn't tip?
Well, definitely the person who doesn't tip gets it first, no matter how sick or old or dying they might already be. Tipping is super important to me. So, are you picking up the tab?
I look at Marsh and I look back at Joey. Yeah, tab's on me tonight.
$2 for the beer and Perrier.
Wow, that's
Good deal. Thanks, Blake.
it pays to be in the VIP section. I open up my wallet. I believe I have about $50 in there. So I'll slip him 10 for now. But I won't let go of the 10 as he tries to take it. I'll lean in again and just say, maybe you can bring us somebody interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Like, what do you like?
Much like our last discussion, I'll let you choose, and I'll let the $10 go.
All right, I'll be right back. And he heads out down back to find somebody or something as this frosty, ice cold beer sits in front of Marsh.
Yeah.
And it's just been paid for by Blake.
I pick up the beer. Blake, kind of tip it to his Perrier. Thanks, man.
So Marsh, can I ask you something personal?
You usually do.
I saw you end Parker, so to speak, right?
Yeah, man, it wasn't intentional, man. It's like the first time feeding. I didn't even realize, like, I just thought I could stop. You know, you just take a little blood and stop, and next thing you know, I don't even know what happened. Just
Was that your first time ever killing somebody? I mean, look, we're in this together now. You don't have to be ashamed. Whatever happened in our last life, that was then. Right?
If I've killed anybody, you know, I did some bad things when I retired, you know, make some money. Can't say that I didn't kill anybody, but not knowing, like, they were alive when I left. Now, you know, definitely put some people in the hospital, and somebody could have died, but they were always alive when I left.
So this
maybe
was your
barely,
first
but this was my yep.
What did it feel like?
At the time of feeding, it felt great. The hunger goes away. You just have this energy. It was a rush. It was probably one of the highest rushes I've ever had. Even better than winning one of my best fights. But when it all settled down, and I, you know, see saw poor Parker laying there dead, and knowing that he was even related to Sam, hadn't done anything to me, you know, wasn't a job, it didn't feel good. Kind of conflicted.
Yeah, but
I'm kind of on both sides, you know.
You see, like, Blake's like looking out over this like huge throng of people on the dance floor. He's just like listening to you, Marsh, but he's just looking at like all the people, and he just kind of says, "We're kind of like gods now, aren't we? Like we could end anyone. We kind of hold their fate in our hands, don't we?"
We do. Yeah, it's kind of a, I don't know, it's kind of a cool feeling.
I'll smile. Whoever Joey brings, there's a chance I might not be able to stop myself from killing him. But truthfully, I'm not really sure I wanna stop, that is.
Interesting.
We'll see.
So ever since that happened to Park, well, the DJ comes on and says, "Whoever's alarm's going off in the parking lot, can you turn it off?" Just kidding. And you feel, even after that happened with Parker, and it's from a mechanical standpoint, from Vampire, there are what are called stains and humanity. And if you end up doing what you did, Marsh, you'll end up losing a point of your humanity. And the lower that gets, the more monster-like you become.
Okay.
And you slowly start to lose yourself over time. And end up just being the beast.
All right. Well, Blake, if you want me to keep an eye and try to stop you, if it looks like they're going to die, I'm more than happy. If you just want to see how you can do it or end their life, it's your call, man. Just let me know if there's anything I can do.
I nod, but I'm just looking at like the people, and like even in here, right? Because you said that it's kind of soundproofed up here, and so we probably hear the music a little bit, right? Like Marsh can probably hear
A little bit.
a little bit, right? But there's just like this weird discomfort on my face, on Blake's face, Marsh, that you notice. Like even in this sort of setting, like the music is too much for Blake's ears, and it's getting to him. It's starting to he's having a hard time in this space, so to speak.
Gotcha.
You'd probably notice that.
And as Blake has the look on his face like he really doesn't like this music, he's more into Diamond and Manilow. Sam, on the other hand, is down amongst the throng of sweaty young bodies and the assault on his senses from the music as he watches his new friend head out the front door and head for home. He looks around and
I think I need to get away from all these people. The fresh smell of blood coming from outside. And seeing that Alex was upstairs and not seeing anyone else, he's probably going to head upstairs to see where everyone's at.
as you make your way past Joey as he's coming down with a smile on his face, you head up past the relatively sound proof DJ booth, and you find Marsh with a chilled beer in his hand, and opposite him sits Blake with a uncomfortable look on his face, and you see Alex approach from the walkway. You can go ahead and lower your hunger by 1 down to 1. If you are already at 1, it will stay at 1.
Marsh! I am so sorry. I did not mean to leave you there. I just got really excited.
Oh no, it's cool.
No,
It's
no,
cool.
no, it's not. It was very rude of me. I'm not rude to people that I just met, and then I actually lead the lady off and then just forget about her when she leaves the VIP room.
Nah, it's cool. I see what you did. It's understandable.
No, don't. I'll make it up to you. Not tonight, maybe tonight, who knows, but eventually
Sounds good.
I owe you one. That was very rude of me.
I just haven't been
Anyway.
around this music in a long time. I just freaking walked in, man. I was just like bumping.
I know,
was
it got
good.
really
It's
exciting,
awesome.
right?
This DJ's awesome.
I see you still dive into things head first, Alex.
It's the only way, right? No use being very cautious. Right, Sam?
We'll see.
How you feeling, Alex? Like you were able to stop? Like you could control it?
Well, it was catch and go there for a little bit, but I don't know. I'm not sure if you guys experienced it too, but you can kind of feel their pulse when you're feeding off of them. And when it was starting to fade out a little bit, I decided to stop.
That's my next feeding. I got to be more in tune with that. So
What are you laughing about, Sam?
I'm sorry. I was just thinking the one positive out of all this might be getting to see you actually lose control for once.
Never. I mean, how long have you been with my cousin for? You've never seen that. And she's done crazy shit.
She couldn't handle another tour, she said, before I left. So,
No shit.
yeah.
Huh. Should I say, what do you want me to say? Sorry or congratulations?
At this point, does it really matter?
Well,
I still find it very interesting that we are so interconnected despite not really knowing each other. Still thinking somebody's been playing games with us for some time.
Yeah, it's too much of a coincidence. Even with Parker being there, come on. Like, what are the chances? I mean, I've heard of 6-degree separation. Have you guys ever heard of that?
Yeah.
I've heard of 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
That too. Yeah,
But, I
this
mean,
is too much of. I mean, there's no such thing as coincidences, right? This is too much of a coincidence.
right, and you want to talk about coincidences. Marcus just happens to show up at the right time, at the right place.
Yeah, the minute
Come
we're
on.
walking out, yeah, that's. I agree with that. Something's just not right.
Wait, do you think they would have put us in in a situation wherein we would be watched by people that are hunting us? That were
Yeah.
hunting us?
Maybe we were
mean-
never being hunted. Maybe this is part of.
Like a propaganda type of.
Maybe they're the ones that
Well.
turned us, and
I mean, maybe Marcus is working with these. What did he call them again?
Second Inquisition.
The Second Inquisition. Maybe Marcus is actually in charge of the Second Inquisition. This is some sort of test? I don't know.
I get the feeling if the Second Inquisition really is about destroying vampires, I don't think they would tolerate one working for them or with them.
True. I mean, do we know for sure that Marcus is?
I mean, he
One of
did
us?
say that.
he showed us his
they-
fangs. I mean, let's.
Did you get the urge to want to eat him when we met him?
No?
No,
I guess
I had just fed, so I'm probably not good to ask that question.
I give Marsh a very pointed look, like not here.
Sorry, Sam.
It's blood under the bridge.
Now look, all I'm saying is tomorrow we go in with our eyes wide open. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like, I'm not sure I trust Marcus, but
Shouldn't.
he's exactly. But I still think we need to see this through. You know, reckon he's the closest thing we got to a ally.
I don't think people put us in a meat freezer intending us good things. So seeing this through means staying alive, and I plan on staying alive. Well,
Good point.
unlike, I don't know, whatever the hell we are now.
Yeah.
And-
like, how do you die if you're dead? Like, what do you call that? That's a good point.
Can we die?
Oh,
I
think we
personally
did.
don't want to test that theory out yet. I think that we've already been through it. In theory, it sounds painful the way we got here. Glad I don't remember any.
Instinctively rub my like chest right over the heart. Do I have a scar or anything?
Have you looked?
Well, right now I'm feeling, right? So like as I feel, I want to like put my hand like under my shirt and just rub like right where my heart would be.
You do not have a scar there.
So no one else remembers how they got to that point where we ended up in that freezer?
Oh, like I told
Oh.
you guys before, I just remember somebody who I had. It was a job, but I beat him almost to death. And I felt somebody grab me, and then when I looked up, he was putting a stake through me. It was that same person. That's the last I remember.
So
Yeah.
you were already turned by that point.
Well,
A stake in the heart usually would kill someone. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. That's all I remember. I don't even know if it's accurate or what that means. I don't remember being turned before, but all I can remember, that face.
But I kind of wanted to circle back to something that kind of got thrown by the wayside. Alex, dear, and I'll kind of meander my way over and
Dear.
sit right
Dear.
next to Alex.
Uh-huh. Yes.
If I heard you correct, you said that you wanted to be there in that freezer with us. You made the choice to be there. Is that correct?
My memory could be hazy, but I do remember that what we are right now, what I am right now, was offered to me as a choice. And when it was offered to me, I took advantage of the opportunity. When I found myself in the meat freezer, I thought that was part of the deal. Given how when I first heard it from the person that offered every bit of this to me, it sounded crazy. So I just thought that it was part of the crazy.
Now, that's interesting to me because, and I'll look over at like Sam and Marsh. Like, I know I didn't make a choice. Sam?
So you were forced to be a vampire? A kindred?
Well, let's just say I was made an offer I couldn't refuse.
Exactly the same as me.
You know how like you can kind of look into Parker's eyes and like a blob of Play-Doh mold him to do whatever we wanted?
Ah.
I feel like it was kind of the same.
well, that's more than me. I wasn't made any offer. Given any choice. Did the person who offered this to you, Alex, they know a lot about you? More than normal, do you say?
I think they chose me because of the circumstance that I was in the night that they offered me this choice. I wasn't the best the night this happened. So, without delving too much into that, when I was given this option, I chose it because it was definitely better than what I was facing that time.
Look, when I was in Iraq, the only reason I survived was because of my squad. I feel like we're each other's squad now, whether we like it or not, so I think we have to trust each other, yeah? We're gonna make it out of this unalive, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotta be a better word for that, right?
Look, I'm trying here, alright?
I get what you're saying, though. I agree.
When I was given a message about some information that I've been seeking, and when I went to this bookstore, it was just hundreds of pictures and information about me. My whole life. Pictures of me before I joined up, pictures of me in Iraq, pictures of me when I got home recently, information I didn't know what to make heads or tails of this. And then I heard a voice saying that they'd been watching me. And I died. At least I think I died.
I think for us to be what we are right now, we had to die.
Yeah,
Some
that's what I'm
point.
thinking too. But I was targeted and turned for a purpose. I don't know.
I mean, maybe they saw your skill set while you were out on tour.
Well, I never got a chance to ask him because shortly after that, they said to wait in the room. They left quickly, and bullets started flying. Next thing I knew, I got rid of as much of the information on myself as I could in that room while waiting. Tried to leave, and found myself with a stake in my heart. That's the last thing I remember.
You know, our stories are not dissimilar with the bullets and all that.
Definitely all three got stakes in our hearts.
Yeah, that was not. I would say that would have been the most unpleasant experience I've ever had, except, I had just actually died. So,
Yeah, but that death was like an excruciatingly beautiful experience. I mean, I don't know. I think of it less of a death and more of a birth.
yes, if that's your perspective. I've seen enough death.
It's kind of like looking around like, man, I ordered the chef's special and it's taken a while.
And you see Joey coming with his latest rounds of drinks. He's got a couple of his friends in tow. And he's like, yeah, this guy right here, the old one. These are my friends. And they're like, hey, what's your name? And Joey moves on.
How many of his friends did he bring?
2.
2, okay. Can you give me a brief description of what they might look like?
Yeah, they're 2 young men wearing dark clothing, long trench coats, not as well fashionable as Sam's, but they like it to be so. They've got their Doc Martens polished in their old jeans, cuffed at the ankle, hair slicked, dyed dark black, and some eyeliner. Everybody here has definitely been either drinking, smoking, or taking some kind of pill. So
I'll invite him into our space, right? And just kind of give him the quick introduction, like, howdy, this is Sam and Marsh and Alex. We were really interested in just, I told Joey to bring me the most interesting people he knew, and here you are.
I smile and look at each other. Awesome, I'm Justin.
Hey,
and
Justin.
this is Jesse.
Hey, Jesse, my name's Blake. I mean, perhaps you recognize me from TV?
Were you on, like, The Bachelor or something?
Well, yes, I was. Season 3.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Well, still coasting on my 15 minutes. Come sit real quick. And I'll, like, kind of motion for them to, like, join the couch and stuff. And the look as they kind of go past me and I give you guys is, like, an eyebrow up sort of, like, game on sort of situation.
Marsh looks at Sam. Hey, Sam, have you fed yet? I know you don't want to, but you don't have. I mean, you're gonna have to. Why don't you go ahead and why don't you go over there with Blake?
I'll deal with that when it comes, Marsh.
All right, man. I just wanna make sure you know I have your back.
Sam just doesn't say anything and walks the other side of the room.
So Marsh, what's happened to that beer?
Kind of nursing it.
He's nursing it. And he's been doing it over the last several minutes as you guys are, having this conversation, and suddenly he just vomits all over the table.
Oh,
Blood
man.
and beer. Justin and Jesse are like, oh my God.
Dude.
Is your friend okay? He looks kind of sick.
Yeah.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, fine.
I think this beer is bad, man. What did your friend bring me? What kind of freaking beer is this?
I don't know. He just said, come with me. And I don't know. Like, he gets us in free, and we get to, have some of the good stuff.
I'll go over to where like the glass is, like it's still mostly full, I guess. I don't know. I'll pick up the sort of like Guinness dark beer, whatever it is, and like give it like a sniff, and just kind of pull away like, oh, rancid. And I'll slam it down really hard on the table, hard enough that I want to try to like shatter the glass, so there's like broken glass kind of in the middle of our space.
I'm not even going to make you roll for it.
Okay. And I'm like, oh shit. And I'll like, it's spilled on me. So I'm like, oh shit. And I'm trying to like brush it off a little bit. And then what I'm trying to do is basically use this as cover and sort of pick up a shard of glass.
Okay. The glass breaks and you bend down to pick up some glasses, and Joey comes over quickly and he's like trying to pile it on his tray, and he's like, are you okay? Is everything... Oh my God, what is that smell?
Oh, you brought Marsh here. Marsh, are you doing okay?
Man, that was some... I don't know, man. I think that beer was bad.
I mean, it's the only beer we got. It's what everybody's drinking, and nobody else has been throwing up. Oh my God. Like,
I expect a certain quality drink when I pay $1 for a beer, okay?
So does Marsh... Is Marsh feeling the fact that, that other than blood, he's not going to be able to hold anything down?
you are.
Okay.
Yep. You realize you probably can't eat or drink anything other than blood.
While Joey's picking up and talking with Marsh and everyone's kind of distracted, I kind of want to go over and kind of like position myself right behind Justin and Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys can see I'm holding that like little bit of glass in my finger, and I'm kind of like doing a, over their head, sort of like a eeny, meeny, miny, mo thing. Going back and forth between the two, and you say I stop right over Jesse. And I'll lean in to his ear and tell him quiet as I like take the shard of glass and kind of run it right down his, like probably right across his forehead. Draw the most blood I can with the smallest cut. And I try to compel him to be quiet. Or I guess, is it compel as much as it's... I guess I don't have compel. I just have a persuade.
Yep, you can persuade with awe if you like, or you can intimidate with daunt.
Yeah, is that's different than like being able to force someone to do something, or it's just I just have a presence about me, or what?
Correct.
So
It's a
I
presence.
can't compel him to like.
It is supernatural, but
Yeah. In this case, because I want him to be scared, I think it makes more sense to be an intimidate, even though I'm worse at it.
okay. Go ahead and roll your intimidate with Daunt on your discipline section. Difficulty is going to be 3 because Mars threw up on everybody.
Sorry.
4 successes.
Ooh, nice.
Damn.
And he's like kind of eyes wide open, scared a bit as he grits his teeth as you pierce his skin with this sharp.
Just shallow
Piece of
enough.
glass.
But I want to draw a sizable amount of blood, right?
Yeah, well, any headwind's gonna.
Yeah,
bleed
exactly. That's why
pretty
I
bad.
picked. That's why I picked right there. And then, so then you just watch as Blake takes a big inhale of that blood, right? The fresh blood in his nostrils, and sort of like just licks very gingerly on the edge of the glass where the blood might be. And I'm trying to gauge everyone else's reaction and Jesse, Joey, and Justin, what they're thinking.
Joey stands up with a knowing smile and exits the room with his glass. Justin's like, "What the hell are you doing, man? Like, that's my brother."
Just having a little fun. Joey said you'd be interested.
I mean, Jesse always comes to these freaky shit, and this is like the first time I've gone with him. Is this what happens all the time, Jesse? And Jesse's like, "Just shut up. Wait till I tell Mom."
Now, there's no need to fight. There's plenty to go around. And I'll smile at Justin.
We need to go. We need to. Jesse, come on, let's go. And he grabs on his shirt and is gonna like try to pull him out of the booth.
Sam's gonna stop Justin. Just stop him from leaving and look at Blake and say, "Enough with this. Just get it done with before we cause a scene."
Justin's still gonna try to pull his brother out of the booth.
I'm gonna push him into the booth, into the seat then.
Okay, give me a strength plus brawl.
Strength plus brawl. Fantastic. We'll see how good this is.
What's
Two
a piece of
Two
guilt?
successes and a possible bestial failure. And I'm not too hungry.
Break his neck.
Oh.
Well, he succeeded. I didn't give him the difficulty. Difficulty was gonna be 2, so
Okay.
the bestial failure is ignored on a success.
Oh, okay.
Imagine.
So the reason why Marsh had happened what he happened is because he got a messy critical.
That's critical.
And
yeah.
he succeeds, but the beast overtook him for a moment, which made it a bit messy.
Got it.
But
Okay.
you supernaturally push Justin aside, and I think he sits back and Jesse's like, "Don't fight, man. Dude, I brought you here because you said you wanted to try this stuff." He said, "But I didn't think people were going to just cut your face with a piece of glass." And he's like, "Well, it normally doesn't happen."
Fucking Blake.
It's your lucky night, boys.
Yeah. So I think Marsh will come over to the other guy then and say, "No, it doesn't usually happen like that," and he'll just go in for the neck.
I'm hungry.
You're gonna go 0 hunger. You're gonna
know.
go in anyways.
I'm going to go in
does that
because I
mean?
want to practice what Alex had just told me, which was
Oh.
fill in the pulse. Like what happened to me last time, I want to learn how to control this. And I feel this is a very controlled situation without me being hungry. I should be able to not lose control so I can start practicing, not just outright killing people.
Are you going for the one that got cut on the forehead or the one that Sam pushed into
No, the
chest?
one that Sam pushed down there, because like
Okay.
he said, he goes, this is how, he was told this isn't
Got it,
how
got
it
it.
usually
Okay.
happens. So I'm just
I
going
just
to go
wanted
in
to
for
make
the
sure
neck.
we were clear.
Show
Cool.
him how it usually happens.
What happens if you feast at no hunger? Let's find out.
I don't know. I don't think anything happens.
This is more just practicing the control.
So as you lean in, you feel what Alex had mentioned to you, and you take it slow. You probably feel that because you were so hungry earlier in the day, and it was just the beast overtaking you. You calm yourself. You felt that way in some of your MMA fights, but you know that without technique and discipline, you usually get your butt kicked. But here you take it slow and methodical, and you hear Justin kind of gasp and exhale. And Jesse's like, see, I told you. You keep him before you get him passing out. Typically, mechanically, you can have 2 vampires sate 1 hunger each per mortal. So,
Well,
if anybody else wanted to partake.
I'm watching Marsh go for Justin, I think it is over there,
Mhm.
right? And so as I'm watching this, and as Jesse's over here telling his brother, no, this was sport, right?
Yeah, everybody's waiting for me to kill him.
I'm smiling and I'm licking my lips, and I'm watching him feed, and I'm tapping into that like primal instinct that up till now I have not actually unleashed, and I just go for Jesse's neck.
Okay, and he's kind of leans away from you, not hit from his body, but at least his head, because he's been to these clubs before. This is an obvious hunting ground. You've seen other kindred here. The doormen are kindred, and you can go ahead and mark off 1 hunger.
Okay.
Blake stopped himself.
There's no check for that. It's just marked off.
Just marked off.
Nice.
The reason why Marsh had it because he was using his unseen passage to sneak up on.
Or shadows or whatever it was, yeah.
You can choose to go all the way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
Marsh
think-
licks the wound on his neck too, as he was told to heal the wound.
Yep. And his bite marks disappear.
Look over at Alex. Alex, thank you for that. Disciplined, and yeah, I could feel that pulse and felt good to be able to control it.
I think Blake, there's that moment, right, where he has to make that choice. Like, is he going to kill this person? Is he going to take it all the way, or is he going to restrain himself? And I think he goes just a tad over maybe the minimum, but before he allows himself to be completely taken over and just end this thing's life, he pulls back and draws his fangs out and lets Jesse live.
And as this happens, the beast inside you squirms and calls. It's late. Well, early in the morning. On your way here, you pass through a few of the less savory and or industrial areas of the city. You remember passing by an old Art Deco building that now serves as a local motel that rents rooms by the hour. You figure you'll be able to get there relatively quickly on foot, perhaps even rent a room for the night.
You gonna lick those, Blake? Or are you gonna send this kid out bleeding onto the dance floor?
Sam, you can't be the only one going hungry.
Worry about yourself, I'm fine.
Turn.
As I unconsciously lick my lips, seeing the blood.
Right.
Don't
Yeah.
forget to lick that cut that you did on his face too, not just your puncher wounds. Like, the hell?
Playing. Maybe we should get out of here.
Yeah, we better get out of
Unless-
here before the sun comes up. Remember what we were told, man? About the only thing that can kill us, which I'm still surprised that none of the other stuff does. But yeah, let's get out of here.
Sunlight and beer, apparently.
Oh man, whatever you guys just. I guess our bodies can't handle anything other than blood.
Now wait a minute. Marcus said something really important. Something about a masquerade, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not supposed to like openly talk about this sort of stuff, and yet, well, you've openly talked about this stuff in front of our guests. If we let them leave, won't that come back on us?
Oh, did you just hear the guests? They say that they do this all the time. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're not the first ones to do this to them, so this must
And I'm not
be.
sure.
Well, maybe Alex, you can just do your thing and make sure they don't remember.
I mean, I could, but you took more than 10 minutes there. You were taking your sweet ass time.
Well, we just need to erase the part where you guys openly talk about sunlight and vampires and dying, you know, like the masquerade. Oh, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. What's the worst that could happen? And they turn and leave the VIP room.
As he leaves the VIP room, I take the boys in and just do a compel on them. Oh, sorry, no, not compel. Cloud memory. I perform my cloud memory on them so that they forget the mention of us dying from sunlight and the masquerade.
Go ahead and click on your disciplines and click on the icon next to cloud memory, and the difficulty is going to be 2. Average difficulty.
Oh, it didn't give me the choice. Yeah.
Yep, I factored it in and built it, so it's
okay.
automatically applying the correct skill and attribute. So you succeed, and they get a little fuzzy as you guys slip out of the VIP room and head down the stairs across the dance floor. It's a little less crowded than it was at some point. You exit out the front door, and the same Samoan bouncer that was out there, he smiles again, and you see his fangs, and he says, "See you next time."
Thank you for your hospitality.
Sounds good. Marsh is kind of dancing a little bit with Alex as we're walking out.
Camera pans across the city skyline to an aging behemoth of a building that was once an Art Deco beauty. A luxury boarding house for starlets. And is this word ingenues? Basically, time has left the Cicero ingenues. There you go. Time has left the Cicero behind. However, and now it stands as 7 stories. It stands as 7 stories of rickety staircases, peeling wallpaper, and stained linoleum, where those down on their luck seek shelter on the cheap. The focus moves to the lobby and the reception area, where a clerk watches the front desk. His job is mostly to chase away vagrants, call the cops if the tenants start fighting too loudly. He's doughy, pliable, more interested in watching some late night rerun on his analog TV than doing his job. Near the reception desks are both an elevator and an old staircase. Taped up across the elevator is a piece of faded paper that reads some semblance of out of order, the E backwards. But what's a few flights of stairs to someone incapable of breaking a sweat? As you approach, the clerk tries hard to ignore you, puts his hand up like, "Hang on, I'm watching my TV." Catching a rerun of some late 70s sitcom, likely for the 70th time. And he laughs as the credits roll. And he looks towards your party. He looks at March. "My God, man, are you sick?"
Yeah. Somebody gave me some bad beer. Not feeling the
Are you here to
greatest.
get a room or something
Yes.
else?
No. We'll take a room for
I
the
can
night.
get whatever you need.
Like what, man?
Anything you want. And as you guys look, there's a large ring of keys sitting up behind him. And it says Master Keys. And as he looks back towards your group, eyeballing you up and down, wondering what is about to happen. Who are these people? Do I need to call the cops? So at the end of the last scene, the blush of life would have faded away. So I can give you the opportunity to go ahead and, if you'd like to use blush of life again, you can go ahead and make a rouse check.
I would like to use Blush of Life.
We just go into the
Yeah,
room.
succeed.
Is there
So
any
one success.
reason not to attempt a blush of life? I guess is.
I mean, if we're just gonna go
mechanically.
sit in a room, but I guess if we're gonna be around people, we'd want to do it.
Yeah, and you're a Nosferatu, so
Right. Well, I'm just
Right,
thinking
normally.
in a mechanical sense. Is there any reason not to just always do it at the beginning of every scene?
Sometimes you'll just be interacting with vampires. Marsh, you gain a hunger from 0 to 1.
So that's the other thing, right? You can gain hunger for attempting it if you fail.
that's the thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I'm actually not going to attempt the blush of life, and I'm going to stay outside of the office and let them handle the interaction for the scene.
Okay.
And just kind of stay outside, try to stay in the shadowy parts, and just also keep an eye on like the courtyard area, the going-ons of the motel, see if anyone's keeping an eye on us, or if these Second Inquisition people are actually sort of like tracking us and watching everything we do or not. And I won't bother blush of life.
Okay. If you're going to keep a lookout, you can roll me an investigation, or you can use heightened senses on your investigation as well. So it would be intelligence plus investigation.
Got it.
It does not require a rouse check.
Oh shit!
Critical
That's-
success.
5 successes? Are some of these successes worth more than 1?
So you see the 2 onks there that have the symbols
Yes.
of the stars next to them? You take those and you double them. So
Be-
those would equal 4 successes because
I
it's
rolled double.
because you roll double. That's on a numbered dice. That would be 2 10s.
Okay.
And
it.
then 1 regular success. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
5. So you take the 2 and you double it, and every 2 can be doubled. So if you get 3 of those, you would still only get 5 successes because they have to be paired with another.
If you roll 2 single successes, does that double to 4 successes? Or
As long as they're 10s.
It's
Okay.
the symbol that causes it to be the double.
Got it.
Correct.
So you only double the double symbols.
Pairs.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. So I'll take my 5 successes.
And you look around and you see people coming in and out of some of the hotel rooms every few minutes as your party's in there talking with Clerk Ray. People coming in, door opening slightly, handing things back and forth. People walking into the hotel, looking around as if they're making this their home for the time being due to the extremely low hourly and or day rate, and probably even more cheap weekly rate. And the camera fades back over from Blake peering through this parking lot / courtyard of the motel back to Ray, looking at Marsh. Man, you should go to the doctor or something. You guys aren't here to cause any trouble, are you?
No,
Oh, yeah.
not at all.
Nah.
What episode were you on? You were watching something?
Oh, good
Yeah.
times. You know that
Mhm.
one when Jimmy says dynamite.
Oh, Dynamite.
yeah,
Yes,
over and
I
over.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so my name is Alex. I was hoping if you have any rooms available.
Yeah, how many hours you need?
I look at Sam.
Probably at least through tomorrow night.
Okay, so like it's 5. Sun should be up here in an hour or so. So like $50.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the rate?
I mean, I could say 60, but nobody's going to come in and take this room right now in the middle of the night except for you guys.
It's just one room?
I mean, you want multiple rooms? Like, are you guys going to have friends coming over?
No. Yeah, sure. That one room should be okay. All right, so 50. I'm sure we can get that lower.
You realize he's willing to sell you anything you want and or anything you need, and he's probably sold some of this contraband to the other occupants of the other motel rooms, and being that he seems like he can be relatively pliable.
Because I'm trying to get it for free. I'm trying, like, is he an ally?
Alex, Blake, or Sam, you feel you can easily charm Ray, whose dubious morality makes him an easy target. And enhancing the action with awe makes it even easier. Blake could intimidate him into letting them in without calling the police, either through natural or supernatural means, using Daunt. Alex or Sam could use the compel power to tell him to give the master keys and let them through, or any other order they want. Alex, you can use cloud memory, and he'd just forget that you are here. Marsh, you could sneak past Ray with little difficulty. You can even use your unseen passage to walk right past Ray without having to make a roll. And even steal some of the valuables from his table, like the aforementioned master set of keys, as you pass by him. Ray is oblivious enough that even this won't warrant a roll from Marsh.
Oh, dang.
Hey, you guys just want me to get us a key and get in here?
Yeah, and then in the morning when we check out, I could just make him forget that we were even here in the first place.
Perfect. Let's do that. Hey, Ray. Dude, I know you did. No, I don't look all that hot right now, man, but pretty banged up here from my cage fighting days, man. Do you have any oxy you can get me?
Yeah, I can have something here relatively quickly.
All right, man. I'll take a few oxy, and
all right,
and then I'll do my my passage and go grab the keys.
Okay, Marsh, you can go ahead and click on the unseen passage.
Come on, Marsh.
Oh, you didn't have to roll because you go invisible, but 5 successes will do it anyways. As you like, okay, he turns around and picks up this old phone that he has, and you hear beep boop boop. Yeah, I got some people here needing something that you want to sell. Yeah, just come bring it down here. All right. And Marsh disappears, walks behind Ray, picks up the keys, starts heading up the staircase.
Was there anything by the keys that was worthwhile with 5 successes that I could grab?
A gun.
His phone is sitting there. He has a newer model smartphone.
Yeah. Thinking back what I was told, I just leave it. Yeah, just take the keys and go.
All right, and you take the keys, and the rest of you see the keys disappear with Marsh as he heads up the stairs. He turns around. Oh, my contact's going to be here soon, so you can tell your friend. I guess he went outside.
Yeah, he did. I'm just gonna pick up Blake real quick. Sam, if you want to follow Marsh.
Yeah, I'm gonna look Ray in the eyes and say, we're not gonna be any trouble. You don't want to bother us. We don't want to bother you. You're gonna leave us alone whenever you see us here. I'm gonna use compel.
All right. Go ahead and roll compel, difficulty 2. Actually, it is difficulty 3.
3. I'm going to
No, 4, excuse me.
re-roll
Difficulty 4.
Can you use a hero point?
Damn.
4.
Or you can use your willpower.
Can you use a vampire point?
Yeah, I'm going to re-roll with willpower. And I
Go
can
ahead and
re-roll
put
how
it-
many?
Oh, that's right. You can do
Up
that.
to 3.
4 is a tough, like a tough sell, man.
So close.
So each one is a willpower? Or
No, you
one
can-
willpower, 3?
1 willpower, up to 3 dice.
Well, either way, I've already rolled 2, and I'm not going to succeed.
Well, what if you? Yeah,
So.
I guess so.
Should've
You might get a
ate.
messy critical.
Too hungry. Should
No,
have
that's-
fed there, Sam.
He's like, I mean, I get regulars here sometimes. You know, they kind of give me something under the table, and the management doesn't ask me any questions, and I just say, yeah, that room's out of order. But, I mean, I don't know you.
I put a hand on Sam's shoulder and then I just whisper, "Can you pick up Blake real quick? I can handle this one."
And I'm just like, for a second, just see the pulsing on. Is Ray's neck pulsing?
Yeah. He's standing there, and he's got overalls and, you know, ratty, kind of old, and has a cigarette, and his hair is short cropped, and he's somewhat balding. And obviously, he's got visible marks from drug usage early in his years.
He's got his clock like Flavor Flav.
I'm gonna and go outside and get Blake.
Okay. He looks to you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Looks towards Alex. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, I mean, you guys come around here more often. We can, you know, tell your friend we can work something out.
No, that's completely understandable. It's just that, I mean, I'm sure you've had this happen to you, but we were out and a couple of them are drunk. Fortunately, though, I'm not. So what I could say is that, yes, we can definitely make sure that we don't cause you any trouble. As for the $50, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. For the $50, do you need it now or do you want it tomorrow when we check out?
You just give it to me. Well, I work the night shift, so I'm going to be gone if you guys check out tomorrow evening. I
Okay,
just came
yeah,
on it.
sure.
Like, you want to pay me now? I mean, that'd
Yeah,
be
for
cool,
sure.
too.
And then I actually kind of wait until I see Sam and Blake maybe get in first before I do what I want to do.
Okay. And you see Sam come in, and Blake, are you?
Do we have to come through this office to get to like the upstairs of the motel?
Yeah, there's the elevator, and it's an old motel hotel. And then the stairwell, rickety stairwell next to the elevator that leads up towards the rooms. But you have to pass through this lobby with the old linoleum floor cracked and brittle in some places.
So if that's the case, then I will, you know, when Sam comes out and kind of gives me like a look, and I'll just say, "We good?"
See, Marsha got the keys, so
I kind of pull my collar of my sport coat up a little bit, and then follow Sam back through the lobby.
I look at his pale skin and just kind of raise an eyebrow. All right.
Yeah, and I think as we like, you know, move our way across this room, I just kind of, if Ray tries to catch my eye at all, I'm just going to like stare him down and like dare him to say something.
He's going to roll his dice to see if he notices you.
Roll the dice.
Ray is no part.
Roll 'em, roll 'em, roll 'em.
Ooh, private.
3 successes against your let's do dexterity plus stealth.
So I make an active roll with dexterity plus stealth.
Yes.
Okay.
Against his 3
Even if I'm not-
successes.
Trying to hide it per se. It's fine. Do I set the difficulty at 3 then?
Yes. fail. He's like, he looks to you and says, yeah, I mean, you know, you can pay me now. And he's looking, obviously eyeballing Blake as Blake moves through. Like he's getting super nervous, but trying to play it off.
Do I notice that he's getting nervous?
Yes.
Well, Ray, if they do cause you any trouble, here's my contact. I actually give him one of my cards that I realized while I was in the bar that I still had in my pocket. You can definitely contact me there. And then I make a show out of like just rummaging through my pocket. And then as I pull something out, as I look up, I would meet his gaze and do cloud memory so that he forgets the last 10 minutes.
Come on, Alex.
Let's go.
Dangerous ability.
Cloud
Difficulty is
memory.
4.
That would be 4.
Ooh.
4 successes. As Alex says this, and the two of you move past him towards the stairs. He blinks and then turns back around, changes the channel, and puts his feet up and starts watching some old 70s rerun.
And then I grab my business card because like it was just in my hand. Like I crumple it and then just go to and follow the boys.
And you guys make your way up the stairs. You meet March. Marsh at the top there. He's got a handful of keys and 7 stories of hotel rooms.
Penthouse.
You think this place has a penthouse?
I don't know. I'm sure they have a suite in here somewhere.
Well, I got plenty of keys, so you pick the room and we'll see if we can find the key.
Or,
Not
Guess
to,
we try the penthouse first.
yeah,
This
not
is
to
just
put
to
a
see.
damper on things, but sun's gonna be up in less than an hour. So
Come on, Alex. Go take us to the penthouse. I'll find the room number. Got all these keys have room numbers on them, so it shouldn't
I
be too
mean, we
hard.
can go to the elevator. Marsh, you were
Out
a
of order.
really famous, successful MMA fighter. You know that the penthouse is upstairs.
Yeah, this is kind
So
of
let's just go up the
kind
elevator.
of a rundown
pick the
place,
top
but yeah,
floor.
I mean, they could have one up there. So let's go. Let's go
Yeah,
check
like
it
a
out.
suite or something.
Yeah.
If not, we'll just head into the closest room because Blake is
All right.
right. The sun is about to rise.
Let's do it. So
As
some
you-
time.
we get in the elevator, go to the top floor, see if we can find a penthouse or something.
Isn't it out of
The
order?
camera pans across the group as they stand in front of the elevator hitting the button. And it doesn't light up or anything. It just goes,
Fuck.
and then it pans back to Clerk Ray sitting there with his feet up on the desk watching this 70s show, laughing to himself. Glances over and you see out of order misspelled on the taped to the front of the elevator.
All right, guys, let's go. Gonna huff it up these stairs.
The E's backwards. Cute.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Yeah, don't think Ray's all that bright. All right, let's go ahead up the stairs.
Head up the spiral stairs, up. You make it to the what you assume is the penthouse, and you flip through your keys and find one that opens the door. And
Before
What?
we open it,
Mhm.
I'm gonna knock. Room service.
Don't forget to check for traps.
Penthouses.
It's a
and
door.
room
You guys are
service.
dead. Um,
Yeah.
You knock and there's no answer. You notice that the top here hasn't been cleaned in some time. There's a little bit of dust on the carpet, and you knock and there's no apparent answer. March flips through the keys, opens the door, and believe it or not, it occupies half this hotel. Large panes of dirty glass on every edge. You can see across the industrial warehouses of the city, the rusted tin roofs that cover each of these warehouses. You look around and you remember what Marcus said, where in order to avoid the sun, it needs to be nearly pitch black. You're not sure if this is going to facilitate. You might be able
So
to
blackout
pile into the
curtains.
bathroom.
No Vegas blackout curtains here.
Damn.
Well,
I don't think this is gonna work.
Yeah,
people.
as nice as this is, I love the view. Spacious, but yeah, if we have to all go hide in the back to stay in the dark, this ain't gonna work.
I'll pop my head into the bathroom and just flip on the light switch to see if there's like a 4-person jacuzzi tub in the bathroom.
You go into the bathroom, and these walls are replaced by windows, as if it was some fancy high-rise in Vegas at one point, and you could sit in the bathtub and stare out across the city, albeit in the industrial part of this west side.
Man, is this like for voyeurism? People that want to watch them take baths? All right, let's. What do you guys think? What would be a good floor?
Is there somewhere that we can see this building where it'd be closer to like an alley rather than looking out to the front? Like which side of the building, which rooms would be more looking towards that alley?
What is your purpose? Just curious, so I can line it up mechanically.
Just so that, well, you said this room is facing out towards the city, right?
Yes.
I want to find out which side of the building would be facing towards into an alleyway, right? Where it's not open towards the city.
Are
Like,
you
there'd be a
looking to
building.
stay on the penthouse, or looking just to go to an interior room somewhere with
No.
windows?
Just another room inside the building, like which side? Preferably on the west side, hopefully towards an alley.
Yeah, you can find another room.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find.
Okay. So, just so we're clear, you guys aren't staying in the penthouse because
No,
you'll
get the
melt
hell
in the
out.
sun.
Mhm.
And you head back down into some of the rooms here. And now that you've satisfied your need for new blood, you become aware of that sensation of the beast. And your beast sensing the approaching sunrise. And you feel a creepy languidness. First signs of the deep slumber that you sense will fall upon you soon. You must find a safe place to spend the day, where the sun, even a glimpse of it, cannot find you. And the old flip phone that Marcus gave you buzzes. Bzzz. A little sultry voice
You did.
echoes
Hello.
through this ancient flip phone. Hi, this is Jacqueline, Marcus's friend. Well, Marcus's friends call me Jackie. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Hi, Jackie. My name is Alex.
Hi, Alex. It's getting pretty early in the day, and I think you might need a place to stay. I can offer you a quiet day's sleep, if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great. How far are you? Do you know where we are?
I was just going to ask you where are you, and my driver will swing by and pick you guys up.
I relayed the message to the group. We're being offered a place to stay at by Jackie, Marcus's friend. You guys okay with that? I put mute on my old phone. Do we trust this?
Right?
We
Yeah.
have a choice.
I
I don't know
mean,
if any of these rooms are really going to cut it.
I don't think they had a basement either.
there's got to be.
I know.
Like,
I agree.
Marcus dropped us off and said, "See you tomorrow," and now Jackie's calling and saying, "Hey, Marcus told me to reach out and see if you need accommodations."
You know, a part of me feels that because Marcus, hang on a second, we can talk about this while we wait for her. So yes, yes on the ride, right?
Yeah, either way, we might be able to get more answers, whether they betray us or not. So,
All right. Hey Jackie, sorry to keep you waiting. Yes, we are at this hotel, and then I give her the address.
Cicero.
The Cicero. We're at the Cicero.
Oh, you guys went to the rave, did you?
We did. It was really fun.
Good. Glad you had a good time. I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'm around the corner.
Okay. Do you have a time frame so that we can?
Well, I mean, well within the hour. She smiles and laughs. You could hear
All right, we'll run down.
you head back down. Ray sitting there, asleep now, feet still up in the position you left him as he was watching his reruns of a late 70s show. As you make your way across the cracked linoleum out into the street.
Can we stop as we
Wait.
move through the lobby, and I'll just eye the elevator with the out of order sign, right? And I'll just say, there's probably not a lot of sun in the elevator. Well, it's too late. We've already given our position, so.
Yeah, but we should have a backup plan, because what if we're sitting out here and they don't freaking come, and we're just standing out there and the sun comes up? So we better
And the elevator.
have a
Backup plan is
place.
the elevator.
Okay, so that elevator will be our go-to if. Yeah, and I'll leave. Marshall leave the keys on his desk really quietly as we walk out.
Okay. Are you going to use your discipline to do that?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have to roll. You put it back on the key ring on the hook behind the desk. You head out across the lobby, across the cracked linoleum, out into the cracked sidewalk. A few moments later, a posh black limousine driven by a handsome man, complete with chauffeur hat, pulls up and parks the car. He rounds to your side, heading towards the rear door, and says, "Miss Jacqueline is in the back. It's getting late, so we should be quick." And he opens the door and motions for you to enter.
I head in first.
From where I'm standing, can I get a look at the driver? Is it someone I've seen before? Is it anyone I recognize? My fear here is that this is like one of the people I would have seen wielding weapons and shooting guns and staking me through the heart, right? I'm really paranoid about that right now. So I'm trying to see if this is somebody I saw, particularly around that situation.
Wits plus awareness.
Okay. So let's see. Wits plus awareness. I like that awareness is an actual thing, huh? Wits plus awareness. Is there a difficulty for this?
Difficulty is 2.
That's 3 successes.
3 successes. You don't recognize him, but he smells. There's a certain smell about him. It almost feels familiar.
So I'll just kind of touch Sam on the shoulder, because I know he's kind of got this sort of paranoid mentality, a little bit like me. And I'll just say, just eyes open, right?
My eyes are always open. I was about to say the same to you.
This driver, I've smelled him somewhere before. I just don't know where. And I think what I'll do now is I'll reach into the inner jacket pocket and pull out my tape recorder I have, and just click the record button and slip it right back into my pocket, just in case anything juicy happens in the
All right.
limo.
As Alex heads through, you see Blake reach in and click his recorder, and I assume head in after, with maybe Marsh bringing up the rear or Sam bringing up the rear if he's keeping a lookout.
Last.
A woman of late to middle years wearing a fine designer dress, her red hair styled close to her head, takes you in with a glance. Her smile is hard, but knowing. Well, we need to be there quick. I'll take where you can get some shut-eye. But on the way, maybe I can answer some of your questions.
Why
Hey,
are
now.
you being so nice to us, you, Marcus, so far?
Well, this is Marcus runs this town. And normally you'd rely on your sire, but he tells me that you have no sire, and he kind of has taken you under your wing, or under his wing, at least for the first couple of days, to make sure you get your bearings about you.
Does he typically do this? adopt orphan kindreds without sires.
He's got a kind of a heart for that, I would say. And she chuckles at her joke.
Hope you don't mind. It's just, I don't think anyone's really been this hospitable to any of us. So there's a little bit of mistrust in here. Although I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it.
How many, like, is it pretty normal to have orphan vampires? Like,
Not usually. Typically, these kind of things are planned. But he says you don't know your sire. You're not really sure. You only have hints of your memory. He said he's going to come to the Red Star tomorrow and, well, at least to give you a place to hole up for the day.
much appreciated.
You see, as far as mortals can tell, we're dead during the day. Corpses, she laughs. Waking up, it is extremely difficult. We can only do it for a few minutes during the day, and then only if the situation is truly dire. Take good care, or you wake up the next night in a body bag, or at the morgue, if you wake up at all.
We have to sleep in a coffin?
No, just a place where the sun won't get to you, even through curtains.
I guess a coffin would be good for that.
Yeah, it's starting to make sense now.
The
A
fact
morgue, actually, the freezers.
You'll have to find a safe place to stay for the long term, but somewhere no one knows about. You know, only feeding is more important than a safe place to rest each day. But just barely. Remember, we can't handle sunlight. Even indirect sunlight hurts us. And it drives your beast crazy. Wherever you sleep, it's got to be perfectly light-proof. Car trunks, hotel bathrooms. If you absolutely must, there's always the risk of housekeeping coming in unannounced and opening the windows. Then, if that happens, you're toast. Literally.
What about moonlight? Is that like a werewolf thing? Drives the beast inside of us?
She blinks and gets a pretty hard look that says, well, we typically don't mingle with were creatures, but that's not something we really have to worry about. Maybe be on a little bit heightened alert, because those infected go pretty crazy.
Oh shit, werewolves are real?
I know.
Werewolves, witches, warlocks, of course.
I was thinking more of like, you said any bit of sunlight is like fatal, and yet the moon is sunlight,
Reflected
right?
sunlight.
So like, will we get like a moon burn if we go out at night?
Obviously not.
Huh.
It's too indirect, maybe.
Must be. Well, we gotta definitely maybe teach us some like good places we could create a
Yeah.
long-term
Like, where are you
sleeping
taking
place.
us now, for instance? Right?
Taking you to the Red Star. Marcus said he was going to meet you there, and, well, me and my friend are going to hole up there for the evening. It's a local hangout for some of us. We set it up as a temporary shelter. You can stay there, at least for the coming day, and I'll get a hold of Marcus, and we'll kind of go from there.
You said you'd
I was under the
answer any
impression that Marcus said not to come to the Red Star until tomorrow.
Is that what he told you? Or he said he's going to be there tomorrow and you should come by.
Sorry, Sam.
No, I was just wondering, what happens when a lick doesn't feed?
Well, eventually he grows hungry enough, and, well, there comes a point in time where he just can't control the beast. And whatever happens when the beast is in control kind of, well, you can imagine if your or any of your beasts overtake yourselves, you lose all your humanity, your thought. The only thing you can think about is sating that hunger, and, well, you can imagine.
Yeah, I don't have to imagine. It happened to me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So you're quickly on your way to becoming a monster, are you?
Hope not.
Continue keeping control of yourself. These urges will be ever present. If you can't control them, well, a hunt might be called upon you, depending on how egregious, foul any of your misdeeds might be. And then it's open season. And somebody like you won't last long.
Hope not. I was able to feed again and stay in complete control, so I hope
The hunt.
hope I'm learning.
It's the hunt.
See, there's certain rules across all kindred society where you follow the rules to a certain extent. Nothing like the Camarilla rules. There's really strict and rigid, but us anarchs have some rules to go by, and you violate the Masquerade, or you diablerize another kindred, or your beast takes over and you run rampant, and before we know it, that second Inquisition is on us. But not only that, is other kindred will be able to take you out without any repercussions.
Remember, Marcus told us that when Blake there was talking about possibly killing me. I know that's what you were insinuating, Blake, when you asked that question.
Sorry, one more question, and Marsh, I hope you don't take offense, but you did kill my cousin, so I'd say this was a pass. What the fuck happened to you, man? Do you look like that recently, or did that happen after after you changed?
Man, I definitely had a pretty rough life after my cage fighting. Kind of become muscle for some not too good people. So, I'm in pretty banged up and stuff, but no, I think this, whatever turned me is made me look a lot worse.
How come that didn't happen to the rest of us?
Well, can you answer that, Jackie? You have any idea why?
You see, your sire had to have been a Nosferatu. They're known for, well, they're almost like hideous sewer rats. And they hide their disfigured forms in the darkness. And they're all about gathering secrets. They're strong. And they possess powers that let them skulk around in those sewers or above sewers, and very strong. Looks around and says, you see, there's 9, well, really what looks like 7 true clans. You have some of the other ones kind of outside our scope, back in Italy, La Sombra, etc. But at least out here in LA, you have the typical 7 clans: the Bruja, the Gangrel, Malkavian. Nods towards Marsh and says, Nosferatu, and smiles towards Blake and says, the beautiful Toreadors, or the blood sorcery witches and warlocks, the Tremere. Those people in typical power, many of the Camarilla, are Ventru. And she looks towards Alex and looks at her clothing. But Nosferatu are, when they're turned, they get this disease, not only the vampirism, it's this disease that eats their flesh, disfigures them, They lose their hair. All their teeth grow pointed. They get this flaking skin. But believe me, don't cross a Nosferatu. They're cunning, they're strong, and you'll never see them coming.
So is there any way to know? I mean, we don't know our sires, so
Yeah,
how
I
do we
want-
know what clan we are?
You gain certain traits, certain abilities. Nosferatu are strong, potent fighters, but they can also disappear in the night using their obfuscation. And due to the animalism in their blood, they end up looking deformed. Bruja, biker gangs, those kind of people, they're fast, but they are also strong. And they have a presence about them that makes mortals almost be in awe of them. The gangrel, they're like feral outlanders. They blend with kindred and the beast. They take on animal forms and they grow claws when they fight, and their snouts elongate, almost like you describe werewolves, except for they're not werewolves. They have kindred blood in them. And they are resistant to certain types of weapons. They have a very strong fortitude. And then they can also adopt animal shapes and animal likenesses, and growing long teeth and fangs and talons, and we call that the protean discipline.
You mentioned something about the Camarilla
Yeah, a bunch of fascists.
fascists.
Well, at least that's what us in the Anarch call them. And as you're having this conversation, the driver lowers the separating window between you and him, and he looks back relatively matter-of-factly. Miss Jacqueline, a white van is following us. I'll try to evade it, but they're faster. And each of you turn back, and you can see a white van in the street behind you. It's definitely the same one that was chasing you earlier. And despite the driver's best efforts to lose them, the limo just can't maneuver quickly enough, and the white van is gaining upon you. Jackie, she looks at you impatiently, and she says, "Don't be shy. I see some of you have guns. Now's the time to use them." And she presses a button in the console next to her, and the moonroof slides back, and the windows start to go down.
Pew pew.
Jackie, how much time we got on this sun timer thing?
We'll be there in plenty of time. We just got to get these guys off our tails.
Hey Google,
Sam doesn't-
when is sunrise?
Sam doesn't even ask any questions or do anything. He immediately takes the pistol, ejects the magazine, checks the slide, inserts the magazine again, racks a bullet, pops out of the sunroof.
All right. Go ahead and make a composure plus firearms roll to take
Ooh, that's
aim at the white
cool.
van.
Composure.
Right.
Difficulty
So-
is going to be 3.
Plus firearms. 2 successes. I'm going to use another willpower.
Okay, put a half/ in your willpower slot.
Yep. We roll 3. Okay.
You can go
so
for margin.
that's
3
3
successes.
successes.
As you stand up, you pull the SIG P365 to bear. You fire. The driver dodges a little bit, and you see the front left headlight explode. The van swerves a bit and then is back on your tail, again gaining ground. Would anybody else like to use their firearms?
I think at this point, like Sam, you went up out of the moon roof, right? So you go up comic cool. You popped your clip out. You popped the magazine out. You like did it professional, right? Blake does not look this comfortable or this composed. But I'll like I got this gun awkwardly in my waistband, but I'm sitting in a car, so I can't get it out. So I'm like scooching down and trying to pull the gun out and get the gun up, and just like look at Alex and Marsh and be like, I guess this is our life now. And I lean out the side window, right, because they roll down the window.
Mm-hmm.
I'll lean out one of those things, and I've seen my fair share of action movies. So I'm gonna just, because I feel like I'm living in an action movie, I'm going to do what they would have done in an action movie, and I'm going to aim for the tire of the car behind me.
All right, go ahead and roll a composure plus firearms. Difficulty is going to be 4.
Because I'm aiming for something specific.
Come on.
That's 1 success.
1 success.
I will spend a
But that
willpower
is
to roll 3. Is that fine?
a 10.
Oh, so if I can actually roll another 10, then that's good, right?
Yeah, there'll be
Yeah,
4.
that is 4
Okay.
successes.
So I'll spend a willpower, my second one,
Okay.
and I can re-roll 3, right?
Up to 3. Yep.
So I'll roll 3.
One of those things. Ooh.
2. The only thing that's going to save me here is a 10.
Yep.
Get another one, it'll be 5.
No.
Ah,
Get one
Okay,
of those.
so that's a
As
fail.
you lean out, you fire, you see the sparks go from the asphalt as the driver pulls to the right a bit, and your bullet lands on the asphalt and ricochets away. Sam.
Is it working?
Gonna fire again.
All right. Difficulty 3.
Come on, Sam.
Composure plus firearms. That's 6 successes.
Ooh, nice.
As
Double
as he reaches over, he reaches up, he checks the slide again, he concentrates and he remembers, all the experiences he had, all his training. And he pauses and he waits and he breathes. And he realizes he doesn't have to wait for his heartbeat to go to take the shot. He just stops breathing. Fires, and you see the blood spray from the driver's side of the window as the van veers off and crashes into the wall.
Probably do a double tap center mass.
As you guys continue
Ooh.
through the early morning.
Nice shot.
Nice shooting, Sam.
Yeah. Well, I wish I could say it was my first time.
You make your way through the city streets, this industrial area, butting up against the freeway overpass. The Red Star's a dingy 2-story bar. It's the kind of place where drinks are unpretentious. Mostly beer and bourbon. Fanciest cocktail one can order here is a Jack and Coke. A no-nonsense brunette wearing jean skirt with a leather vest introduces herself. I'm Sage. Bruja. Fellow kindred. Come with me, and I can show you to our room. This leads you to the bar's downstairs windowless storeroom, where threadbare sheets cover thin hospital mattresses. Sage points at the mattresses on the floor of the storeroom. You are already feeling semi-comatose at this stage. You just want to lie down, as does Sage. The actions of the night have passed and start to sink in. Alex, how does it make you feel? What do you think about?
No, yeah. So during the car chase earlier, I was thinking about the lie that I've been telling everyone about how it was my choice to be here. While granted that it's a half truth, I'm remembering the actual reason why. And as shitty as the embrace was, I'm actually kind of happy that I did make that choice. Um, I still won't admit it to anyone why I really or how I found myself in this position. However, she's not gonna change any. And then she'll try to remember how she controlled herself while she was feeding off her lady friend earlier, and make sure that she puts it into memory that way when she does feed one more time. Like, it's just gonna be muscle memory to her, and she wouldn't need that much concentration and focus anymore. She also worries about Sam.
As she glances back over towards Sam. Sam, you see Alex looking upon you, and you're the only one not to sate your hunger. Not yet, at least. You think about your friend that you met at the bar, kind of down on her luck. Older lady going to these young people parties, and you think about all your time spent in these ancient halls where books are really made of scrolls. What does this night mean to you?
Sam, this whole night, has been trying to hold on to some semblance of humanity still. Refusing to feed at first, especially with that first experience of seeing a feeding, was what happened with Parker. But thinking about the rest of the night, he's seen his friends, and he does now consider them friends, feed successfully, some a little more cruelly than others. But and then he thinks about the car ride over here, and how no matter what he did, he still had to kill to survive. Just like Iraq. And thinking about his situation, that no matter what he chooses, blood always seems to find him. So maybe it's just better to give into it.
Thinking of that, he looks over to Marsh. Marsh, as strong as he's ever been, as a mortal, is even stronger now as a Nosferatu. But you're not sure you can really control those animal instincts that you have. But learning from Alex and understanding your training and discipline, you feel you can at least control it going forward. But looking back, what does this night mean to you?
An interesting night. Learning what kind of kindred I am was interesting. It's exciting to know how strong I am, and some of the things that I've done tonight. Being able to hide in the shadows and people can't see me, passing without a trace. But wondering why, of all kindred, why a sewer rat type, animal? Love the fact of the strength, but I'm just sitting there like, fuck, I'm hideous. I'm going to continue to get uglier, and a little disappointed, a little sad on that, but at the same time, kind of mixed emotions. Excited about the things that I can do and how strong I am. Wish I could go do some MMA fighting right now with the strength I have.
Yeah, and you feel you long for the cage. Maybe it's more for the camaraderie of those people the opponents you've had and the people you train with. But you think about how maybe the crowd would react to what you've become now, the hideousness, and you look across and you see Blake's smooth skin, his perfect smile, face for TV, but with a really weird sense of how he goes about things. And Blake, You've been down on your luck for several years at least. Had your big break several years ago.
Mhm.
Many, many years ago. Came out from the Midwest. The next up-and-coming big sportscaster.
Mhm.
You have your own show on the local radio stations, syndicated on cable, your own podcast. And here you are, getting ready to go to sleep under some hospital sheets and what look no more than old couch mattresses. What does tonight mean to Blake?
Right, like I'm staring at these stains on these mattresses, hoping that it's blood, and thinking it's probably something else. And I'll be honest, this isn't where Blake thought he was going to end up after such an exciting night. You know, we had it was 30 minutes ago we were in the penthouse of some high rise and a 7th floor motel, and this is stinging a little bit on the ego. And you know, he thinks back to the first time he came out from the Midwest, and he sat on the beach in Santa Monica right by the pier, and he watched the sunrise. It was the first time he'd ever seen that sort of scene, right? Like the sand, the warmth, even in the middle of the night, the warmth that the sand held, and the sounds of the waves crashing, and it was very rhythmic. And when that sun hit his skin, he just remembered telling himself, "You're gonna make it, kid. This city is yours." And it's been entirely downhill since then. And in this moment, all he wants more than anything is to go back to that spot and sit on that same beach and feel the sun on his skin. And he knows he can't ever do that again. And looking down at the stained mattress, I'm sleeping on the floor underneath this bar, kind of looking around at, trying to see if anyone else is as disgusted by this as he is. He's starting to sort of internally question whether these anarchs really live the lifestyle that he thought he was going to live. And I think he starts letting his mind wander a bit about this other clan he's heard mentioned, the Camarillo. And starts wondering if maybe there's another way. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there's any time to really do this because you keep saying how like we have this weight on our shoulder almost, right? Yeah, so I think I don't have a choice. I just lay on this mattress and let the sleep take me.
As you barely have time to get comfortable before the dawn overtakes you and you surrender to your daytime sleep. No dreams, no visions, no memories. It seems to go by in an instant, and your eyes pop open at sundown, alert, ready to go. You feel the hunger, your endless companion, and you briefly reminisce about the events from last night. Sage helps you to your feet and directs you upstairs. You can feel the cold of her hands. Let's go. You wander upstairs. And while you do, as we wake up every day or every night, everybody go ahead and make a rouse check for me.
Let's go. Success from Alex. 0 from Marsh.
Oh man,
0 for Blake.
I'm gonna be going in a frenzy.
Damn, none of them rested last night.
Damn it.
Marsh, Blake, and Sam get a little bit hungrier.
Okay.
Now at 3.
Man.
Yep.
You head up the stairs from the storeroom. You see the bartender there. Jackie's sitting there. Sage sits next to her. Bartender's mortal. You struggle with your desires to sate your hunger. And you wonder if he's into the whole deal. That same scent that you had on the driver, you can smell on this bartender, Blake. Jackie tells you, I haven't heard from Marcus. And a bit of a worried look is upon her face, as if she intended to hear from him at this time, or at least have a message from him. She checks her flip phone and steps away from the budding coterie, leaving you with Sage. Sage looks at the bartender. Make sure you ask him if you need anything. He's a ghoul. Gets a hit of vampire blood once a month. Makes him loyal. Makes him your friend. Makes him stronger. Always good to have somebody looking out for you and your daytime needs. Isn't that right, Chad? Chad just nods in affirmative. Setting up the bar for whatever this evening's entertainment is supposed to be. Sage leans in and says, I know you're new licks, but I don't know what you've heard from Jackie. You guys should definitely join the Anarch movement. But I'm not going to force you or anything. It's up to you.
Yeah, can you talk about that a little bit more? Like, there's the Camarilla and you. Are there only two factions here or what?
Yeah, it's the Camarilla and the Anarchs. You see, the Anarch movement is freedom from fascists, capitalists, and other assholes. Elders try to hoard all the resources, keep all the blood to themselves, and push us younger licks under the bus and into the hands of the Inquisitors. Phew, not on my watch. Not while one single of us Anarchs can bear our fangs at them. And she slams the bar.
They're saying with the Camarilla, the blood doesn't kind of trickle down.
There's no trickle-down
lower,
blood theory or nothing like that.
Nothing.
Yep. They just
Yeah,
keep it all for themselves.
It's a big myth.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They walk around in their designer suits, them a-holes.
I like
Just all the rules.
Jessica's work.
Me too.
Sam's having a hard time focusing on what she's saying, and keeps eyeing the bartender.
Is there an ongoing feud right now between the Camarillas and the Anarchs, or is it just estrangement on both sides?
Well, you typically don't find Camarillas occupying Anarchs' territory, nor will you find Anarchs in any Camarilla territory. There is an ongoing feud, and depending how bad it gets, like it did in London, I mean, it's, we overthrew them bastards and kicked them out of the city, and, well, a lot of those bastards died there too.
Hang on a second. Are you talking about that? What's that movie? The Remember the 5th of November. Are you talking about that event?
You're talking about V for Vendetta?
Yeah, V for Vendetta, when, was it Anarchs that bombed the parliament?
I mean, if you're in history, maybe. But.
Huh. Interesting.
Wait. So you guys have your own territory, and they have a separate territory. So, what is your territory?
I mean, everything here on the west side.
So like
from the shitty places,
like Melrose,
to the nice places.
Like all the bars and the rundown dive holes and the back alleys and all that glorious territory.
Oh, they got if you got West Side, do you got Malibu? Do you have Beverly Hills? I mean that
all the way to the beach.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's Marcus's territory.
He owns all of the West Side. Sorry, Sam.
He doesn't own it, but in theory, I guess he does own it. He's the landlord. the Vamp Daddy, whatever you want to call him.
So then, what's the flip side of that? Where do the Camarilla control? Like downtown?
They control downtown, the financial district, some of the hotels by the Staples Center, or I guess it would be the Crypto Center now. But it's, I'm not going to force you to choose, but you're going to have to choose one way or another, or you can just try to go it on your own, which, let me tell you, hard to get resources and hard to, well, the most important resource is going to get food. But Camarilla have all these rules, and you have to prove yourself before you can join them. So
what rules?
Rules: when you can feed, where you can feed, who you can feed from, where you can go, where you can't go, who you can talk to, who you can't talk to.
Sounds pretty fascist.
Let me ask you though, Sage, do they sleep on stained basement mattresses?
Oh, someone does. This is just like a temporary holdover. It was nearby, which is, I guess, why Jackie brought you here. I mean, you should see Jackie's place. She has one of those manors up on the hills, just on the north side of Beverly. It's beautiful. But don't tell her I said that because she's kind of private.
Where do you normally stay, Sage?
Well, I mean, I run this place, so I usually stay here. People drop in, try to convince them that the way to go is the Anarch way, But let me tell you, it's being free is much better than being under the thumb of the Camarilla.
So you say being free, but then to join you to be able to use the resources. So if we didn't join you and didn't join the Camarilla, are we able to, let's say, go to that club we went to last night if we weren't part of your movement?
I mean, you're not part of the movement now, so I don't see why not. But, just know people on the Camarilla aren't like Marcus.
Yeah, he's been pretty helpful.
Yeah, he helped me too.
Growing up, my abuela always said something that every person that you meet wants to be friends with you because they have a use for you. I'm just trying to figure out what his use of us is. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just people use each other all the time. What does he get from us?
He takes the approach of help you, help me. He's kind of a big shot around here and on the Anarchs, and well, maybe you'll come to our side. You won't ever get treated by anybody like Marcus and the Camarilla. They'll make you prove whatever they have, and he's given whatever he's given to you freely out of his own goodwill, just so you can consider becoming part of the Anarch movement.
Will you be able to help find our sires?
I'm not sure if he knows. I mean, he can probably get the word out, but I can ask him. I'll have Jackie ask him. Those two are like two peas in a pod.
How important is it for new licks to know their sires? Could we live without them?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know my sire. Marcus took me in when I was just like you, a couple days into my unlife. Didn't know much.
Unlife.
Brought me here. Kind of been here ever since, but didn't have to worry about much. Didn't have to go on my own feeding schedule with, the low lifes. Could feed on anybody I wanted.
You keep mentioning feeding, and I keep looking over towards the bartender.
I get the idea of these ghouls. You need somebody to watch your back when you can't do it for yourself, but I mean, that's a lot of trust you place in someone, ain't it?
Well, they get a hit of the blood. It compels them. One of the things it does is it makes them stronger. It makes them loyal. They can't actively go after you. They're under your spell. Kind of like my boyfriend when we were back in high school. He'd do anything for me, you'd imagine. It's under my spell. very similar. Except for I don't have to hear him whine.
And
Do you feed off ghouls?
Not usually. They kind of
feed off
feed
you,
off us.
right?
Well, they don't really feed off us. They just get a little bit of a hit, and it kind of holds sway over them for about a month or so. And every month,
Wow.
you know, we reinforce it, and depending on your needs, you can have several ghouls that take care of you. Depending on how powerful you get, you can control more. Marcus has got a whole bunch of them.
I wish I didn't get hungry for like a month. I only had to feed once a month. I don't know why, but I'm getting hungry. You got anything here for breakfast?
Anyone?
Like,
I mean, nobody's here right now, but
where do you
but,
normally go feed at? Like what? Like, teach us, right? This is new.
I mean, we got some blood bags that we picked up at the blood bank that, well, Chad picked it up for us. That probably hold you over until you get out in the town, if that's something you want to do.
Yeah, I'll definitely try a bag see how it does.
I mean, we're anarchs, right? We could just do whatever we want, whenever we want, to whoever we want, and it's all good.
Well, not to whoever, right? You don't kill other kindred.
Yeah, remember the hunt.
Obviously.
The hunt.
You
Right.
obey the masquerade. Otherwise, the Inquisition will be on your tail before you know it.
Right.
Yet they've been on our tail since we've got turned.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's only when we're hanging around these anarchs.
True. Or in a limo.
I feel like the anarchs are the ones being tailed, not us.
Good point.
Well, we did find ourselves in a free meat freezer. Let's not forget that.
Right.
True too.
Sage, does Marcus have a meat freezer sort of side business?
I mean, I'm sure there's a meat freezer in his territory somewhere, but Jackie never talked about having a meat freezer.
Just curious.
As the conversation with Sage winds down, Jackie returns. She says nothing of Marcus, but tells you, I have some important information, Alex. Your sire is alive and wants to meet you.
How did you know?
I mean, we have ways of contacting. And somebody got a hold of me, and, well,
Are they here now?
they're waiting for you. Well, they're waiting for you at the Armitage Hotel.
Where's that at?
Well, I've arranged a meeting for you. Problem is, the Armitage Hotel is one of the very few Camarilla bastions in town. You hear Sage scoff and snort kind of under her breath. And Jackie says, Sage and the Anarchs have pretty strong opinions about the Camarilla. And Sage exclaims, fucking fascist assholes. I hate them so much. It's just, I mean, you're immortal. Why spend it being a dick forever to everybody? Jackie goes on to say, Camarilla are a political faction that would rather have nothing to do with us. They've circled their wagons against the Second Inquisition, and they dabble very little in our affairs. Frankly, I prefer it that way too. They have a million roles about population control, upholding the secrets of our existence. She glances back to Alex and says, your sire's promised safe passage. And though kindred can be duplicitous liars, Armitage is considered safe ground. A temporary Elysium, if you will. It's where many of the Camarilla vampires hunt and feed. And they would not risk violence there. And Jackie wonders audibly, your sire being in a venue known to be frequented by the Camarilla is news to me. Must be an extremely recent development. Sage says, I mean, I can monitor you from afar. and swoop in if you encounter trouble if you guys want to go. But knowing who your sire is, well, probably one of the most important things your Malik can know. I mean, I'd really like to know. Jackie says, I just know them in passing. I'm surprised that they appear to be a Camarilla sympathizer now. There is no fear as your life is fading away. You feel an unexpected comfort in the arms of the being that is taking it. You experience a surprising calm as it all disappears. Drop by drop, takes your fears, your worries, your dreams, and your joy. Then your consciousness vanishes, and all that's left is blackness. You open your eyes, and there's a lingering feeling that something is missing. But something else immediately overrides it. It's an electric purr that stirs your senses awake. Coming back from the death is slow. You feel sluggish as you become aware of the room you are in, the company you share. Above and around you are slow swinging hunks of meat, like bodies of that deathly migration. Beside you are others, also escaping death's shore. As you begin to sit up, you feel it for the first time. Hunger. And you know somehow, as you experience that terrible pain, you are no longer human. Good evening and welcome to the stream. Say hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
everybody.
Hello,
What an
everybody.
intro.
Yeah.
Tonight, and for the next few weeks, we will be diving into the world of darkness and exploring Vampire the Masquerade's starter set, The New Blood. As a warning, Vampire contains graphic descriptions of death, physical violence, including use of guns, claws, biting, stalking, gore, blood drinking, as well as drug and alcohol use. Vampires are predators, heirs of an ageless condition and driven by supernatural forces they struggle to control. One overwhelming fact defines their existence. To survive, they require blood. In most cases, taking blood involves hurting somebody, maybe even killing them. No matter how virtuous a vampire might be on the evening of their embrace, they quickly understand their long-term survival requires constant compromise between ethics and practicality. Vampire the Masquerade explores those moral compromises. How far will a character go for survival? For success? The deceit and violence a vampire is willing to engage in? The people they're willing to hurt and betray? And that's where we find the true horror. It's about sacrificing one's humanity bit by bit until nothing remains but a monster. Thus, viewers should prepare themselves to watch us explore themes of violence, desperation, and maybe even exploitation. If any viewer finds the story going in an uncomfortable direction for them, they should stop, navigate away, and find something else to occupy their time. Viewer discretion is advised. So before we find out more about our players, we'd like to thank Molten Hosting for the ease at which we can check out a ton of new game content in bite-sized chunks. If you want to check out some of the games we've been taking a look at, but don't want to worry about forwarding your ports and all the other hassles that come with self-hosting, then check out moltenhosting.com for your own Foundry turnkey solution. Be sure to use the code RECALLKNOWLEDGE at checkout, where new subscribers can get their first month free. Now that doesn't suck, does it?
Oh,
Speaking
it does
of, let's jump back into our game as our players start to rouse for the night. And as they take in their surroundings and the others nearby, let's start by having them describe their characters, themselves, and anything else they might want to let you guys know, starting with Nina.
Hi, my name is Alex. I used to work for a bank. I'm pretty ambitious. there's nothing really that can get in my way. But I don't know what's happening to me right now. Seems very exciting though.
Thanks, Dina. Steve.
Howdy, I'm playing Blake. I'm just a good old country boy coming out from the Midwest to find my way in Los Angeles. And you might have read a few of my articles. I don't know. I used to be something of a big shot. And now I find myself in an interesting predicament. But it's only temporary. I'm sure I'll be back on top soon enough. And you'll see Blake, he walks around wearing various coats to try to look upscale, but he's always got the t-shirts, the sports jerseys. He's a very casual sort of dude on the inside with a shine of trying to be a little more than he really is on the outside. And the artwork you see of me over there on the right hand side, and that's really cool, Rick, the way that you have the artwork popping up like that. It's a pretty good indication of what I look like.
Thanks, Steve. Mike, you're up next.
All right. I am playing Marsh. I'm a former fighting champion in a minor promotion who retired after getting older and hurt. I moved to LA in hopes of becoming some celebrity or maybe even an influencer's bodyguard. I'm about 6'1", 200 pounds. I'm very muscular with short hair. Basically, my clothes are torn and tethered, kind of like really old stuff. And I have a hockey mask.
Thanks, Mike. Finally, Richard.
Hi, I'm playing Sam. You see a kind of lithe figure dressed in a little bit too tight, probably black jeans, maybe. It's hard to tell, they're so dark.
And they're tight, buddy.
Yeah, a dark grayish silver shirt with a very tight leather trench coat that is buttoned up. Long black hair with silver almost ombre. And then one silver streak as well. And Sam sits up and is immediately taking in his surroundings, curious. Probably get used to that from his tours in Iraq.
Thanks, Richard. Let's jump back into our story. The camera fades in, and we see a group of 4 people lying still on the cold floor of a quiet room. As you start making out shapes around you, you feel your first hunger. It's different from any hunger you've ever felt. Like a person starving to death who suddenly smells food. You sense the blood, and you know it'll ease this terrible, hollow pain inside you. Thinking to yourselves, how will you deal with your first hunger? You smell blood and recognize it as exactly that. The aroma reaches out to you, sweet and tempting. Your eyes fall upon meat hooks that decorate the room, searching for the choice meal you are craving. There are whole animal carcasses hanging from hooks, pork, cattle, and yet your gaze locks onto a piece hung in the middle of the room. A brunette mop of hair dangles upside down, together with the stark realization of what your body craves. The corpse of a man wearing blue jeans and a t-shirt. You understand there's more to this room, but right now, the only thing you can focus is on him. Hunger is an ever-present and persistent feature of Kindred and Vampire the Masquerade. Every night upon waking from their day sleep, vampires must rouse their blood. Each of you have 2 hunger now that will be represented by red dice rolled in your dice pool. Hunger dice are visible representations of your character's hunger, and they'll be rolled automatically as part of your contests. As everybody wakes up, why don't everybody go ahead and make a rouse check? It should be on the front page of your character sheet that says rouse with a roll button underneath it.
I got a success.
Did
I rolled
anybody get
one
a
success as
failure?
well.
Success for Blake.
Like success for
Well,
everybody, but I
Can
got
you explain to me
0.
what a success means?
So, in rousing the blood, it's 1 dice, and you roll that dice whenever you wake up to force the blood through your body. You wake up and you make a rouse check. If you succeed, which is a face of an ankh on the dice,
Okay.
you succeed. If you fail, represented by a blank face, your hunger goes up by 1.
Okay, so my dice all say blank. My dice are blank, but it says success. Oh, success 0. It doesn't say failure, it just says success 0.
Yeah, so on your character sheet,
Yep.
Marsh,
Okay.
where it says hunger,
Yep.
you should have 3 hunger now.
Yes.
All right. As your hunger grows throughout the night through either rouse checks.
Actually clear all the red dice because I just did that by
Okay.
accident. I thought the same thing. I'm like, wait, what? I got this? And it's like, oh shit.
Good to know.
Got it.
So rouse checks must be made anytime there is a risk of gaining additional hunger. This includes blush of life, blood surge, or using disciplines. And these concepts will be discussed a bit later.
Okay.
Whenever these checks are made, the result determines whether hunger increases, but the intended effect will occur regardless of the result. In other words, you still accomplish your goal, but only at the risk of growing hungrier. To Kindred, hunger is a psychological experience as much as a physical one. A hungry vampire doesn't feel their stomach knotting. Rather, they become irritable, prone to violence, and more intent on sating their hunger. Those of you with 2 hunger, first you were drowsy from waking, but now the smell of blood has snapped you into focus. You feel your first hunger significantly. Maybe just a small sip from a dead body would ease this newfound desire. Maybe the animals could give you enough sustenance to carry on. You can resist if you choose to do so. Maybe it's the shame of defiling the dead, how the others in the room might see you, or the dread of drinking blood that holds you back. Or maybe you just surrender to your hunger. Marsh, your hunger is coloring all your thoughts, tainting everything you see, hear, and smell. You're beckoned by the fresh body offered to you. Its blood smells stale, but there's also a sweetness in it. You want to drink. What will the others think of you? Does that really matter? You wonder what you're becoming. You may have to think about that later. Right now, feeding is what you want to do the most. You guys come awake in this room. You notice the others next to you. What would you want to do?
Sam,
Alex,
what are you doing here?
I was gonna ask you the same thing. I'm not quite sure. It's been what?
I don't-
5 years?
Oh, yeah, drink that my cousin's quinceañera.
Maria's
Right?
quinceañera. Yep.
Yeah. Last I heard you were deployed. What?
I was. Last I heard, you were going to get your master's.
I got it. But and can't say I'm pretty happy to see you here, bud. Considering
Considering we don't know what the hell this is, yes.
Mhm.
But familiar face is never bad.
That's true.
I know you two as well. Go ahead.
Your eyes adjust to the darkness and poor lighting. Shapes of animal carcasses decorate your surroundings. The stench in the room is difficult to take for most of you. For Blake, in particular, this is positively unbearable. Your whole body reacts negatively to the stench. You want to throw up, but your stomach is empty. You feel like you need to get out of this place as soon as possible. However, you quickly realize that you can hold your breath without consequence. For a moment, you take in that breathing, something you took for granted and was so natural for all your life, is now something you can choose to do, or, in this case, choose not to do, and in doing so, avoid the worst of the stench. The chains clank under the weight of the hanging meat, and you see the still air clinging to the flesh. The visible fog partially manages to obscure the vision under the cold, hospital-like lighting, causing you to navigate the room carefully to avoid bumping into any of the adorned meat hooks. As you walk, you realize there are streaks of dried blood on the floor, small piles of rotten meat, which you can identify as maybe animal, maybe human. There are also several hospital-like blood bags laying about. They smell of blood, but they are definitely empty. As you reach the walls, you realize they're made of steel, partially covered in patches of frost. However, your skin doesn't stick to the walls if you try to touch them. Your body is no longer warm. There is one door at the end of the room. As you look around the room, Steve, or Blake in this case,
Like,
what are you thinking? What is on your mind?
I'm at this point, I'm a little nervous to say anything. I mean, you might have all noticed that I keep side-eyeing Marsh, and it's almost like I start like I want to like say something, and then I stop, and I just kind of am torn between talking and just taking in the moment. But as I see like all this meat, the stench overwhelming me like enough to almost make me a little lightheaded, I begin to feel revulsion, I think, at this point, and starting to feel the hunger inside of me and realize likely what a lot of this meat is and what the point of this place is. I'm kind of in my head toying with the idea of this can't be real, right? This is just a dream. I'll wake up soon enough. I mean, that guy over there is a celebrity. If he's a celebrity, this is just the weirdest dream I've ever been in. And you kind of see me going through the motions of this, but internally I'm just waiting to wake up at any moment.
Marsh, you pick yourself up off this cold floor, your joints creaking and aching where the broken bones have mended over time and your scars pull tight against the rest of your skin. You make your way to your feet. What's going through Marsh's mind?
Well, Marsh is feeling that hunger that is like really just at this point really starting to overpower him. He does see Blake out of the corner of his eye, and he recognizes him. The same thing, he wants to ask him a question, but the hunger is just overpowering me. And kind of the same thing. Is this a dream? What's going on? Where are we? What's happening? I have no idea. So, and why is blood smelling so good? Like, what's going on? Why do I want to eat? Why do I want to go get that blood? And why the human over that nice steak sitting there? That's what's going through Marsh's mind right now.
Is there anything Marsh wants to do about his hunger?
He does. At this point, it's just driving him to go over to that brunette and get some blood. Doesn't know why, and he's worried what everybody's going to think. But at this point, I think he doesn't really care. It's kind of just taken over him.
As you walk over to this brunette hanging upside down, you instinctively reach out and grab his wrist and bring it to your mouth and try to take in sustenance, and it just doesn't seem to sate your hunger. And you realize that taking blood from a dead body is probably something that you're just not going to receive any relief from this hunger.
Damn it. That's not good.
I'm watching curiously from the corner and just like thinking, what the hell is this dream? Just took a weird turn.
And as you look around the room, let us start using some actions. So everybody, let's roll the investigation action. On your character sheet, just click on investigation, and investigation action will be intelligence plus investigation, and the difficulty will be 3.
So you were saying the pop-up automatically defaults to strength, but it shouldn't. We shouldn't pick
It will
strength?
it will. You should not pick strength. You should pick intelligence.
So I got a success. 6 successes.
I failed.
Yep, I got 3 successes.
All right.
And you said it was 2 difficulty or 3?
3.
Oh, I don't think I put the difficulty in there.
You got 3 though, so you're good.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And Blake also got 3 successes.
3 successes for Blake.
We call margin the margin at which you succeed. So since the difficulty was 3, Sam, you have 6 successes, which gives you a 3 margin.
Oh.
Everybody else, with the exception of Alex, succeed. So here's what you find as you walk around this room. Whether it's your training in the Middle East or being deployed, there are barely hidden cameras on the ceilings of this room.
That's what I was going to look forward to.
You get closer and they're clearly functioning. Due to your margin, considering the body you found earlier, this might indicate that the purpose of all this is to watch and test each of you. You move around the room, and the inside handle of the freezer door has been deliberately removed, Alex. Blake, not all the hooks in this room are occupied, and there's some blank hooks, and it looks pretty easy to be able to dismantle some of this stuff, but there's blood on it, and your personality probably likes blood now. Your former personality probably doesn't like to get dirty. Now that you've investigated the room, how do you plan? How does the party, or what we call in Vampire the Masquerade, how does the coterie plan to escape this room?
The coterie.
Just going to.
Yeah, Sam.
Whatever this is, we're being watched.
You are?
There's cameras all over this room. If there's cameras, I'm assuming there's microphones as well.
Nah, I think I've done this before. This is one of them, what do they call, what do you LA folk call this? Escape rooms.
Yeah. Wait, hang